Chapter 705. Die. Meng Qi roared and rushed toward Yixing with his 9 heads. Meng Qi clawed out and the 8 dragon heads above him spat out flames, forming a terrifying flame dragon. It contained a terrifying destructive power and attacked Yixing. The higher the level of the bloodline burned, the stronger the power of the burning blood technique. The divine dragon blood essence was a powerful bloodline. After being activated by the burning blood technique, Yixing's strength increased by several times. Compared to Meng Qi's ultimate secret skill of the flame dragon's 8 laws, the increase in strength was much greater. Boom! Yixing punched out and a golden dragon fist rushed out. The void in front of him collapsed instantly. In an instant, the golden dragon fist collided with the blazing flame dragon. In an instant, the earth shook, and the entire island shook. In the explosion, the flame dragon's body was covered in layers. Looking at the golden dragon fist rushing toward him, the madness in Meng Qi's eyes turned into fear. Bang! The punch landed heavily on Meng Qi's body. Meng Qi's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He died instantly. Captain Meng Qi. Some of the great Yuan dynasty's honorables exclaimed. Some flew into the sky and turned to flee. The rest of the honorables were only half a beat slower. They all flew into the sky and fled. Even Meng Qi had died in Yixing's hands. The remaining honorables were nothing in front of Yixing. If Yixing started a massacre, they would all die. However, Yixing naturally wouldn't waste his energy on these supremacies. He immediately dispersed the burning blood technique. He had only used the burning blood technique once, so it didn't consume much of his divine dragon essence blood. Yixing swallowed an elixir and adjusted his breathing. He quickly left the island and headed toward the edge of the Sea of Abyss prison. The area he was in should be very far from the honorables of the Dark Star sect. Yixing would use the communication bead to contact the Dark Star sect's team every once in a while, but he could not reach them. For the rest of the journey, Yixing did not encounter any obstacles. News of him had definitely spread amongst the exalted lords of the Daryuan dynasty. However, even an expert like Meng Qi who was ranked 2nd on the exalted lord rankings had died at Yixing's hands, so the others naturally didn't dare look for trouble with Yixing. That would be courting death. When he entered the Sea of Darkness prison, he'd been constantly searching for the green-haired dead spirit, so his journey was very slow. Now, when Yixing saw that he was unable to lure the green-haired dead spirit out, he directly flew towards the edge of the Sea of Darkness prison, and he merely used a little over a day to leave the Sea of Darkness prison. Yixing landed on the icy ground and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally got out of this damned Sea of Black prison. After leaving the Sea of Black prison, the distance of the communication pearl was no longer affected, so Yixing immediately contacted the Black Puma King. According to the speed communication pearl, Yixing was more than 80,000 li away from the Black Puma King. In other words, after Yixing entered the Sea of Darkness prison and was chased by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon for a period of time, then came out, he was more than 80,000 li away from where he entered the Sea of Darkness prison. On the other hand, the Dark Star sect's team did not search too far horizontally, and focused on searching vertically, so they didn't stray too far from where they entered the Sea of Darkness prison. Yixing wasn't 80,000 li away from them, but at least 50 to 60,000 li. Of course, they wouldn't be able to contact him in the Sea of Darkness prison. I'll be right there. I'll come to your aid. The two of them spoke at the same time after confirming the distance and direction. When the speed communication pearls were connected, they could sense the distance and direction of the other party. Yixing flew towards the Black Puma King, and the Black Puma King also flew towards Yixing. Not long after Yixing left, a person stepped through the void and stopped at the spot where Yixing had been standing. This person looked very young, about 20 years old, and was wearing a black dragon robe. It was the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuansheng. In the Sea of Darkness prison, although the supremacies of the Great Yuan dynasty knew that Yixing wasn't far from them, they didn't dare find trouble with Yixing ever since Meng Qi had died. However, they still paid attention to Yixing's whereabouts and had already sent people to leave the Sea of Darkness prison as quickly as possible to report the news to the monarchs in the vicinity. Among the monarchs of the Great Yuan dynasty, the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, was the closest to this area and had rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Monarchs were very sensitive to the universe, so they quickly discovered Yixing's departure trajectory and chased after Yixing. Yixing was rushing to meet up with the Black Puma King, while Meng Yuansheng was rushing with all his strength to chase after Yixing. The two exerted different amounts of strength, so naturally, Meng Yuansheng was faster. Yixing had only flown 1,000 li when he keenly sensed a powerful aura chasing after him. Yixing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and super brain to look behind him. Soon, he discovered Meng Tiansheng's figure 100 li away. Meng Tiansheng. As soon as Yixing saw Meng Tiansheng, flames of anger burned in his eyes. His star fire seed was still with Meng Tiansheng. If Yixing had the star fire seed, the corpse jade on him would be enough for him to cultivate to the 9th level of astral reaching realm. Unfortunately, I'm not his opponent now. Killing intent flickered in Yixing's eyes, but he hid it in his heart and continued flying towards the Black Puma King. Whoosh! The azure cloud wings flapped, and Yixing streaked across the sky like a beam of light, his speed suddenly exploding. Yixing used the wind momentum to the limit. Surging wind yuan qi gathered around his body as Yixing flew at full speed. His speed far surpassed astral reaching realm reverend lords. Only kings could compete with him. This kid sped up. His speed is actually this fast. 100 li away, Meng Tiansheng locked onto Yixing's aura and was astonished. Yixing's explosive speed was actually not inferior to his, a one-star king. This truly shocked Meng Tiansheng. This king doesn't believe that I can't catch up to a puny 6-star venerable like you. Meng Tiansheng coldly snorted and sped up. In any case, the astral wind of a king was extremely dense, so Meng Tiansheng could maintain his extreme speed for a long time. Yixing was only a 6-star venerable. Regardless of strength or quantity, his astral wind couldn't be compared to a 1-star king. Meng Tiansheng was very sure that Yixing wouldn't be able to maintain his extreme speed for too long. After chasing Yixing for 10,000 li, Meng Tiansheng thought to himself, "You should be exhausted soon." Yixing's speed didn't slow down as Meng Tiansheng had expected. He still maintained his extreme speed, tearing through the sky like a beam of light. Soon, he had covered another 10,000 li. Behind him, Meng Tiansheng's heart started to tremble again. Yixing was only a 6-star venerable, yet he could maintain his extreme speed for 20,000 li. It was truly unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable to Meng Tiansheng was that even after flying for more than 30,000 miles, he was still more than 100 miles away from Yixing. He had not closed the gap at all. Yixing, on the other hand, was still as fast as a beam of light. He seemed to be full of vigor and didn't show the slightest sign of slowing down. Chapter 706. I don't believe that you can. Meng Tiansheng muttered to himself. Just as he was about to make up his mind to chase Yixing to death, he felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. To be able to make me feel danger, this person is at least a 2-star king, or even stronger. Unfortunately, Father is quite far away. Meng Tiansheng stopped his pursuit. He glared at Yixing before turning around and leaving. Ahead, Yixing and the Black Tiger King quickly met up. Seeing that Yixing was fine, the Black Tiger King finally relaxed and asked, "Who was the king that chased after you?" Yixing said, "Meng Tiansheng." The Black Tiger King squinted his eyes and looked in the direction Meng Tiansheng left. It's actually the great Meng Crown Prince. At least he escaped quickly. Meng Tai will be here soon. Let's retreat first. As soon as the Black Tiger King finished speaking, Yixing felt a dark aura enveloping him. It was the Black Tiger King using the Complete Darkness aura. The Complete Darkness aura covered their tracks. Even if the Supreme King Meng Tai came here, he wouldn't be able to find out where Yixing and the Black Tiger King left. In less than 2 hours, the Black Tiger King brought Yixing and the other kings of the Dark Star sect to gather. Yixing was the first to return. The rest of the High Lords were still in the Ocean of Darkness prison. I never thought that there would be a Dark Abyss Flood Dragon in the Ocean of Darkness prison. Moreover, it's a half-step beast king. I was chased by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon and used all my strength to escape. However, I couldn't contact my teammates and could only choose to go to the edge of the Ocean of Darkness prison. At first, I was still able to lure out some green-furred monsters to kill. However, it seemed like all the green-furred monsters disappeared. I searched many places but couldn't lure out any more. Instead, I met the Great Yuan Dynasty's team. After a big battle with the Great Yuan Dynasty's High Lords, they were scared and didn't try to kill me again. I kept going out of the Ocean of Darkness prison before being chased by the Great Meng Crown Prince. Then, I met up with Brother Black Tiger and returned here together. Yixing recounted his experience in the Sea of Dark prison. However, he concealed the fact that he had injured the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. This matter would involve the Burning Blood technique. Yixing's black hole astrology and dragonization were no longer unknown trump cards, but the Burning Blood technique was still there. He still had to reserve what he should. Yixing didn't even mention the Black Skull to the others. Once the free news spread, everyone who came out of the Sea of Black prison was suspected, causing panic. However, Yixing had already told the Black Leopard King about it on their way here. Only he and the Black Leopard King knew about it. As long as the King of Death's soul revealed a trace, they would find out who he was. If more people knew about it, the King of Death's spirit would pay more attention to it. If the King of Death's spirit wanted to hide it, it would be difficult to find him. Several days later, the sovereign lords of the Dark Star Church came out of the Ocean of Black Hell. The 5th and 6th squads came out together, the 4th and 7th squads came out together, and the 3rd and 8th squads came out together. However, when the 2nd and 9th squads came out together, the Dark Star Church's martial practitioners were all shocked. Only Zhuo Yupeng was left in the 2nd squad. None of the others came out. The other squads also lost members, but at most, they only lost 2 members. Some lost 1, and most of them didn't lose a single member. The 2nd squad was second only to the 1st squad in strength. However, other than Zhuo Yupeng, they were all wiped out. This was truly shocking. Yixing and Black Biao King looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. Both of them were suspicious of Zhuo Yupeng. In the Sea of Black prison, there was a King of Death Soul's consciousness that was looking for someone to possess. Zhuo Yupeng's team had suffered heavy losses. No matter how they looked at it, Zhuo Yupeng was a major suspect. The two frowned slightly. If the King of Death's soul really possessed Zhuo Yupeng, then it would be troublesome. If it was an ordinary High Lord, they would be directly arrested and put on trial. With Black Biao King's status, as long as he gave a sufficient reason, it would be easy for him to put a High Lord on trial. However, Zhuo Yupeng was different. He was the Dark Star Church's young sect master, Zhuo Xinglong's son. Could he also be arrested and put on trial? Zhuo Xinglong couldn't put his son on trial just because he was suspicious. Therefore, just suspicion wasn't enough to put Zhuo Yupeng on trial. There had to be evidence. Otherwise, if Zhuo Yupeng insisted that he wasn't possessed, who would the Dark Star Church believe? Just because he suspected that his son was possessed by the King of Death's soul, he would execute his son? Or would he imprison his son for life? That's impossible. No father would treat his own son so lightly. Moreover, the Dark Star Church's sect master had high hopes for Zhuo Yupeng. How could he destroy his son just because of a little suspicion? We have to focus on Zhuo Yupeng and see if we can find evidence. Yixing and Black Biao King exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Team 1 and Team 10 were the last to come out of the Sea of Darkness prison. Because Yixing was chased by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon and his whereabouts were unknown, Team 1 and Team 10 had been searching for Yixing's whereabouts. In the process of searching for Yixing, they also used Wei Qingxian as bait to kill some green-furred undead spirits. Later, the green-furred undead spirits didn't come out. Wei Qingxian persisted in searching for Yixing for a period of time, but in the end, she left the Sea of Darkness prison without any results. Therefore, it was delayed until the end. Yixing. As soon as Team 1 came out, Wei Qingxian saw Yixing. She rushed over and looked at Yixing. "Are you okay?" Wei Qingxian had personally experienced how powerful the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was. Moreover, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon could control the water and move at lightning speed. It wasn't inferior to Yixing in the slightest. Wei Qingxian hadn't received any news about Yixing in the past 2 days, and her heart had been hanging in suspense. Now that she saw Yixing, she was finally relieved. Yixing spread out his hands and smiled. "Very good. My ability to escape is even stronger than my strength. That evil creature couldn't catch up to me. After chasing for a long distance, it didn't give up. However, I ran too far away and couldn't find a way back in the Sea of Darkness prison, so I left the Sea of Darkness prison through other landmarks. I was the first to come out." Wei Qingxian smiled. "I knew it. You wouldn't be taken advantage of so easily." After everyone had arrived, the Dark Star Sect Master collected a third of the corpse jades as sect resources. Then, he led everyone back to the Dark Star Sect. Although the green-furred undead spirits weren't completely exterminated, they were all hiding. There was nothing they could do about it. In the end, the Dark Star Sect Master left 3 kings in the northern Nether region to prevent the green-furred monsters from coming out and wreaking havoc. Chapter 707. After returning to the Dark Star Sect, Zhui Yupeng's mission was given to the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King's mission to Yixing was to cultivate wholeheartedly and become a king as soon as possible. Even though Yixing had handed over a third of the corpse jades to the Dark Star Sect, there were still a lot of corpse jades left. It was more than enough for Yixing to cultivate to the 9th star Sovereign Lord realm. The problem was that the corpse jades were filled with dense death qi. Every time Yixing absorbed a bit of energy from the corpse jades, he would need a long time to use his life force to slowly dissolve the death qi in his body. If it were spirit-grade corpse jades, a king would be able to refine the death qi within. But profound-grade corpse jades were something even a king could do nothing about. Yixing could only rely on his own life force to slowly dissolve the death qi. This was much slower than constantly absorbing corpse jades, but it was still much faster than cultivating normally. However, as a result, Yixing spent most of his time leisurely. During this time, Yixing cultivated his archery, martial arts, and comprehended the power of heaven and earth. Sometimes, he would also go to the Dark Star Sect's library to read. The library was an important place in the Dark Star Sect. However, as the Fiend Star of the Chaotic Era, Yixing's status in the Dark Star Sect also rose as his cultivation increased. He could enter and exit an important place like the library as he wished. Not only did the library have a large number of martial arts manuals, but there were even more cultivation notes left behind by the Dark Star Sect's martial seniors. Yixing mainly read these notes. He absorbed the cultivation experiences of his predecessors to increase his own knowledge. Days like this quickly passed day after day. The days in the Star Continent were very peaceful. The green-furred undead spirit in the Sea of Black prison didn't come out again. The Black Biao King kept an eye on Zhui Yupeng, but Zhui Yupeng was still the same as before. As for the others who came out of the Sea of Black prison, they were also normal. Although the days were peaceful, Yixing's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he used his superbrain to scan the books, so his reading speed was very fast. In a few months, Yixing had read through all the books in the library. Half a year later, Yixing's attainments in archery made another breakthrough, reaching the 9 transformations of heart. The 9th layer of heart force was already his limit. Even though Zhang Xian had yet to achieve a breakthrough in his mastery of one with the bow, he had still managed to reach the pinnacle of the 2nd level. Yixing's cultivation base had also stabilized to peak level 6 astral reaching realm. As long as the death qi in his body was dissolved by the life force, he would be able to absorb the energy from the corpse jade again, allowing his cultivation base to break through to level 7 astral reaching realm and become a reverend. Not much time passed. 2 months later. On the 7th day of the 10th month, Yixing had broken through the 7th level of the astral reaching realm with the help of the profound grade 5 corpse jade, becoming a 7-star reverend. The 6th to 7th level of astral reaching realm was the breakthrough from mid-level to high-level astral reaching realm. Yixing's power had increased drastically. In addition to his attainments in archery, Yixing's strength was much stronger than when he had broken through to become a 6-star venerable in the Sea of Black Prison. Even if he didn't use the power of the divine dragon essence blood, it would be hard for him to find a worthy opponent under the king realm. After becoming a 7-star reverend, I should be able to escape from a king realm expert, right? Yixing thought to himself. Yixing's breakthrough to 7-star reverend caused his star power to surge. Black Biao King immediately rushed over. Wei Qingxian had broken through to the 7th level of astral reaching realm half a year ago, and Yixing had also become a 7-star reverend. The cultivation speed of these two monstrous geniuses was extremely fast. Black Biao King was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Brother Black Biao, could you please find a king realm expert to test me? Let's see if I can escape from a king realm expert. Yixing said. Alright, I'll find King Lanqin. Black Biao King nodded and took out a communication pearl, immediately notifying King Lanqin. In the mountains behind the left star emissary's mansion, Yixing was about 30 li away from the mansion, standing in the void. In front of him, 10 li away, King Lanqin was also standing in the void. As for Black Biao King and Wei Qingxian, they were in the air above the mansion, opening their martial Dao heavenly eyes and watching Yixing and King Lanqin. Black Biao King had given Yixing a mission, which was to return to the mansion under King Lanqin's obstruction. If Yixing could break through King Lanqin's blockade, then Yixing would be able to escape even if he encountered a king realm expert. If Yixing couldn't return, then he would have to continue cultivating in the Dark Star sect. Only when he had the power to protect himself in front of a king realm expert could he leave. King Lanqin looked at Yixing in front of her and sighed inwardly. In a few short years, she had personally witnessed the growth of Yixing and Wei Qingxian, these two monstrous geniuses. And now, Yixing had actually reached the point where he could face off against a 1-star king realm expert like her. King Lanqin, please make your move. Yixing shouted from afar. All right. King Lanqin collected her thoughts and shouted. A terrifying aura instantly erupted, suppressing the surroundings with her king realm aura. King Lanqin made a grabbing motion with her hand. Instantly, the water yuan qi in the air gathered, forming a giant astral water hand that grabbed at Yixing. This astral water hand was more than 30 meters long, like a small mountain. It grabbed Yixing's head. To Yixing, it seemed to blot out the sun. 9 heavens godly wander art. Yixing's figure flickered as he dodged the astral water hand's attack. His force of wind had already reached the peak of the mid-level king realm of the union of heaven and man. Moreover, he had cultivated the mid-grade mystic level technique of the 9 heavens astral wander to the perfection realm. His speed was shocking. The giant astral water hand missed, and Yixing's body drew an arc in the air like a ray of light. He wanted to go around King Lanqin and reach the left emissary's residence. At the same time, King Lanqin's figure moved like lightning. A mid-grade mystic weapon appeared in her hand, and she swung it. An azure water sword aura shot out in an instant. No matter how fast Yixing was, he couldn't outrun King Lanqin's attack. He leaped into the air and dodged again. Swish! 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 The moment King Lanqin attacked, her moves flowed like water. She swung her sword again and again, her water sword aura slicing the void into pieces. Yixing couldn't dodge the astral water sword and return to the left emissary's residence. He had a hard time dodging the astral water sword. Swish! 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 Yixing used 3 celestial bodies at the same time. He drew the raven bow into a full moon. Swish! An arrow of starlight shot out. There were no transformations, only pure power. When the starlight arrow hit the water ripple sword aura, it shattered it into pieces. Swish! 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 Yixing's figure flickered as he shot out arrow after arrow of starlight, counterattacking King Lanqin. King Lanqin's heart shook. Yixing's attack made her, a 1-star king realm, feel threatened. Swish! A beam of starlight shot out of King Lanqin's forehead. She had also used her celestial body, and it was a top-grade water type 1. After using her celestial body, King Lanqin's strength increased greatly. The astral water sword she swung out was even more terrifying. The arrows of starlight were destroyed by the astral water sword. Chapter 708. King Lanqin slashed out again and again. Sometimes, the sword light was like waves, sometimes like ripples, and sometimes like flowing water. Every strike contained extremely powerful water yuan qi. It was on a completely different level from the attacks of sovereigns. Sovereigns used their own strength to draw in all kinds of yuan qi between heaven and earth. As for kings, they could not only draw in the yuan qi of heaven and earth, but also refine it for their own use. With the same move, sovereigns could only draw in a bit of the yuan qi. Kings could draw in the yuan qi of heaven and earth and also unleash the yuan qi within their bodies. Naturally, they were much stronger. With Yixing's current strength, he could defeat any half-step kings without dragon forming. However, he was in a difficult position before King Lanqin. He was not her match at all. Wherever the sword light passed, Yixing's starlight arrows, no matter how many transformations they contained, were all destroyed. Yixing could only retreat pathetically, not to mention reaching the left emissary's residence. If not for Yixing's movement technique being fast enough, King Lanqin would have already injured him. Kings are indeed extraordinary. With King Lanqin's strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through her blockade even if I transform into dragon form. I'll only have a chance if I use dragon race martial arts. Yixing thought to himself. However, I still have a powerful archery technique that I haven't used yet. Let's test the power of the Dark Wind Fire Arrow Incantation. Dark Wind Fire Arrow Incantation. Yixing had learned this archery technique from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. As he had the trump card of transforming into a dragon, Yixing would always transform into a dragon whenever he encountered an enemy he couldn't deal with. He had never used this archery technique before. However, this archery technique contained the power of darkness, wind, and fire. It was definitely powerful. His attainments in archery had reached Heart's 9 transformations and the second level of 1 with the bow. The 3 powers had also reached the mid-step king level of 1 with the world. It was enough for him to unleash the power of this archery technique. Whoosh! 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 Yixing pulled open the black bow. The 3 powers of heaven and earth circulated, and the starlight arrow instantly contained 3 different kinds of yuan qi of heaven and earth. The 3 types of heaven and earth yuan qi gathered together due to the dark wind fire arrow art, causing the power of the starlight arrow to multiply. In addition to his attainments in the 9 transformations of the heart and the power of the second level of the 1 with the bow, the power of the arrow of starlight had reached an extremely powerful level. Whoosh! The dark wind fire arrow shot out. The black arrow of starlight burned with flames as it constantly spun. With a sharp gust of wind, it shot toward King Lanqin with unstoppable force. Bang 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 bang, wherever the arrow light passed, the astral swords were destroyed. Queen Lanqin's heart shuddered as she became slightly shocked. The power of the arrow had actually made her slightly fearful. It was enough to threaten her life. All rivers returned to the sea. Empress Lanqin let out a soft cry and used her ultimate move. The treasured sword in her hand swung out countless times in an instant. Every sword light gathered together and turned into a sea of sword light, with the feeling of waves crashing. The dark wind fire arrow instantly shot into the sea of sword light and collided with countless sword lights. It pierced a fist-sized hole in the sea of sword light. After being blocked by all rivers returned to the sea, the dark wind fire arrow's power was greatly reduced. However, Queen Lanqin had used up a lot of energy to forcefully block it with her sword. She swung her sword back to block the dark wind fire arrow, but her body shook slightly and she couldn't help but take a step back. This arrow had forced a king to retreat. Just as Queen Lanqin's sword clashed with the dark wind fire arrow, Yixing had already used the Nine Heavens astral wander art. He rapidly moved in an arc, circling around Queen Lanqin and heading for the left emissary's residence. Queen Lanqin wanted to block with her sword, but the dark wind fire arrow forced her back a step, slowing her attack by half a beat. By the time she drew her sword, Yixing had already flashed past her body. Whoosh, Yixing shot out another arrow. This time, it wasn't the dark wind fire arrow, but a normal starlight arrow. After blocking Queen Lanqin's attack for a moment, Yixing didn't slow down at all as he rushed for the residence. Finally, Yixing arrived safely in the air above the residence, unharmed. The Lanqin Emperor arrived right behind him. She stared at Yixing in surprise and said, "That arrow just now was really powerful. If you used 2 of those archery moves in a row, I might not be able to stop you. I might even be injured and defeated." Yixing said, "That arrow used up too much energy. I can't use it continuously. However, I still have dragon form as a trump card. If I were to meet a king of the Dayuan dynasty in the wilderness, I might not lose in a direct battle." Queen Lanqin nodded. Although she hadn't seen Yixing's dragon form with her own eyes, she had heard that Yixing had beaten up Zhuo Yupeng at the Cultivation Saint Pond. It was because Yixing had used dragon form that he had defeated Zhuo Yupeng. Yixing looked at Black Tiger King and said excitedly, "Now, I can go out." Black Tiger King was full of smiles. Yixing's growth was getting closer and closer to his expectations. He was already a king now. When Yixing became a king, Black Tiger King estimated that Yixing's strength wouldn't be inferior to his own. At that time, the Dark Star sect would have 2 mid-step kings, and they would be able to fight the Dayuan dynasty head-on. If Yixing became a 2-star or 3-star king, then overthrowing the Dayuan dynasty would only be a matter of time. Black Tiger King nodded. "Alright, but be careful. Keep in touch and let me know your location. If you're in danger, I'll immediately rush over to save you. I'll go to the Dark Star Pagoda and consolidate my Dark Star Xian body. After that, I'll go out and explore." Yixing looked at Wei Qingxian and said, "Qingxian, do you want to travel the world together?" Wei Qingxian thought for a while and said, "I'll break through to 8th-star Venerable Lord in at most a month. I'll cultivate in peace during this time. After I become an 8th-star Venerable Lord, I'll come find you." The two looked at each other and smiled. Yixing said, "Alright, I'll wait for you." The next day, Yixing headed to the Dark Star Pagoda and cultivated, consolidating his Dark Star Xian body to the limit of small success. After exiting the Dark Star Pagoda, Yixing headed to the teleportation hall, preparing to leave. Yixing already knew the location of the Dark Star sect. It was located on an island in the sea east of the East Divine Continent. There were countless islands in the sea, and this was also the reason why the Dayuan dynasty had never been able to find the Dark Star sect's location. The outer layer of the island had been completely sealed by the sect's ancestors. It couldn't be seen from the outside, and no one could enter or leave. To leave the Dark Star sect, one had to go through the teleportation hall. Yi Xing. Before Yi Xing could enter the teleportation hall, he was stopped outside. Yi Xing looked at Zhuo Yupeng with surprise in his eyes. After returning from the Sea of Dark prison, Yi Xing and Black Tiger King had always thought that Zhuo Yupeng was the most likely person to be possessed by the Death Spirit King. However, Zhuo Yupeng didn't reveal any flaws. Everything was the same as before. Chapter 709. Yi Xing did not expect that Zhuo Yupeng would take the initiative to find him. What's the matter? Yi Xing looked at Zhuo Yupeng indifferently. Zhuo Yupeng looked at Yi Xing with a fierce look in his eyes. Let's settle the score between us. Do you think I'll let go of what happened in the cultivation sacred pool? Yi Xing chuckled. Are you looking for a beating? Although Yida's expression was calm, he was carefully analyzing Zhuo Yupeng's words to see if there were any flaws in his words. Unfortunately, Yi Xing did not feel that Zhuo Yupeng was any different from before. Zhuo Yupeng snorted. Yi Xing, do you really think no one can defeat you? I'm now a 9th star Venerable Lord, and my strength is incomparable to before. I can suppress you in a matter of minutes. I waited for you to break through to the 7th star Venerable Lord realm before fighting you to let you know that I won't take advantage of you. In the cultivation sacred pool, Yi Xing was a 5th star Venerable while Zhuo Yupeng was a 7th star Venerable Lord. Now, Yi Xing was a 7th star Venerable Lord while Zhuo Yupeng was a 9th star Venerable Lord. The difference in cultivation between the two was still 2 realms. Won't take advantage of me? Yi Xing chuckled. If you really won't take advantage of me, it won't be too late to fight me when our cultivation reaches the same realm. Zhuo Yupeng was stunned, then he said angrily, aren't you known as the Fiend Star of Troubled Times? If we fight at the same realm, you won't be the Fiend Star of Troubled Times. Cut the crap, do you dare accept my challenge? Yi Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuo Yupeng for a while. Who says I don't dare? If you're looking for trouble, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xing did not feel that there was anything wrong with Zhuo Yupeng's words. He wanted to see if Zhuo Yupeng was different from before. The two soon arrived at a wasteland. One was the Fiend Star of Troubled Times, and the other was the young hierarch. The two of them were about to fight. When the nearby warriors saw this, they were naturally excited and stood in the distance to watch. Before he even made a move, Yi Xing's body was already in dragon form. At the same time, he used the black hole astral form and the fire astral form. Zhuo Yupeng also used the thunder and lightning astral aspect. Dazzling lightning flashed. The two of them had fought before, so they did not use any probing attacks. The moment they made their move, they brought out their peak strength. With the treasured spear in his hand, Zhuo Yupeng's aura soared. He shouted, lose for me. A spear thrust out, accompanied by a purple lightning. The higher Yi Xing's cultivation was, the stronger his dragon form would be. Now that he was a 7-star High Lord, he was no weaker than a 1-star king after dragon form. He threw a punch at Zhuo Yupeng's spear. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with the golden dragon fist, causing sparks to fly. Yi Xing did not even take half a step back, but Zhuo Yupeng's body shook and retreated a dozen steps. Although Zhuo Yupeng's strength was strong, in Yi Xing's eyes, he was not much different from the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon he had met in the Ocean of Dark Prison. At most, he was at the limit of half-step king. He was still a little bit away from a true king. On the other hand, Yi Xing's dragon form was a strength that could contend against a 1-star king. Zhuo Yupeng naturally could not block it. Yi Xing took a large step forward and punched out with his golden dragon fist, attacking Zhuo Yupeng repeatedly. Dang 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 dang, every time the purple lightning mystic spear and dragon fist collided, a crisp sound would erupt, causing Zhuo Yupeng to retreat again and again. Extreme purple flash. Zhuo Yupeng retreated several li with a furious expression. He roared and used the ultimate move he had comprehended. With a flash of purple lightning and a thunderous boom, the terrifying spear technique had already arrived in front of Yixing. Yixing sneered. With a flash of golden light, his body retreated explosively and his dragon claw slapped out. He did not collide with the opponent's attack head-on, but instead deflected it. However, Zhuo Yupeng's spear was extremely fast and powerful, so it was not so easy to deflect it. It continued to stab toward Yixing's chest. Yixing dodged the spear's sharpest moment and punched out with his other hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, the purple lightning mystic spear was bent by Yixing's punch. The purple lightning mystic spear was bent straight and fiercely flicked, causing Zhuo Yupeng's body to shoot backward. Boom! With a flash of golden light, Yixing's figure rushed forward and instantly caught up, punching Zhuo Yupeng's chest. Zhuo Yupeng was hit and immediately vomited blood as he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. In the distance, the spectating martial artists all sucked in a breath of cold air. The dragon scales on Yixing's body disappeared and he returned to his human form. He retracted his fist with a look of surprise on his face. When he sent Zhuo Yupeng flying with his fist, he felt a suction force suddenly appear in Zhuo Yupeng's body, sucking away some of his strength. Although the process was brief, Yixing was still keenly aware of it. If there was a difference between this and Zhuo Yupeng, then this did not happen the last time Yixing fought with Zhuo Yupeng. This is strange. It can be considered an anomaly on Zhuo Yupeng's part. However, only I know of this. Even if I tell others, no one will believe me. Yixing thought to himself. He took out a speed communication bead and reported this matter to the Black Puma King. I understand. I will increase the surveillance on him. If he wants to fight with you at this time, he probably has some ulterior motive. Do you want to stay here for a while? The Black Puma King sent a message. It's fine. I will pay attention, Yixing replied. If Zhuo Yupeng had really been possessed by the Death Spirit King, then it would be impossible to expose him in a short period of time. How could Yixing keep waiting? Under the gazes of numerous martial artists, Yixing arrived at the teleportation hall. Through the teleportation array, he left the Dark Star sect and arrived at a certain place in the East Divine Continent. Yixing first changed his clothes. His old clothes were burned to ashes with origin chi flames. Then he found a lake to take a bath. He cleaned his body with origin chi flames to prevent Zhuo Yupeng from leaving any marks on his body during the battle. After doing all this, Yixing used the momentum of darkness to cover his tracks and flew towards the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Yixing's first stop was the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, the Dark Canyon. The Black Biao King had comprehended the momentum of darkness to perfection in the Dark Canyon. Yixing's momentum of darkness was only a step away from perfection. He wanted to complete this last step in the Dark Canyon. Only by comprehending the momentum of heaven and earth to perfection would one have a chance of comprehending the true meaning of Tao. The earlier one reached perfection, the greater the chance of comprehending the true meaning of Tao. Yixing arrived at the Dark Canyon. He entered the canyon and sat down cross-legged. He sensed the aura of darkness around him and comprehended the momentum of darkness. The aura of darkness enveloped Yixing. Even if someone came to the Dark Canyon, they wouldn't be able to see or sense his existence. At the same time, in the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Yupeng had a faintly discernible mass of black energy in his hand. He had a cold smile on his face. Yixing, oh Yixing. You must have thought that I left some mark on your body. After leaving the Dark Star sect, you would burn your clothes and wash your entire body. But that's useless. I've absorbed a little of the death energy in your body. Through this little bit of death energy, I can sense the location of the death energy in your body. How could this king not know where you are? Chapter 710. Azure Cloud Mountain Range, Dark Canyon. Yixing calmed his mind and tried to comprehend the darkness momentum. His sense of touch extended, and it was extremely mysterious. Suddenly, Yixing's mind jolted and he opened his eyes. He had sensed several powerful auras. To be able to make him feel powerful, these auras were at least astral sea realm kings. How could there be kings in the Azure Cloud Mountain range? Moreover, there were several of them. It was truly strange. Yixing instantly thought of himself. Could it be that they're here for me? How do they know my location? In this dark canyon, even if there were kings nearby, as long as they didn't open their martial Dao heavenly eye, they wouldn't be able to discover Yixing's existence. It would be hard to explain why these kings had come for him, unless they knew his location. After a few breaths of time, Yixing was sure that these kings had indeed come for him. This was because these kings' auras were getting clearer and clearer. They should be heading straight for Yixing's location. Apart from Brother Black Tiger, no one knows my location. Why are these kings coming for me? Could it be that Zhuo Yupeng really did something to my body and I didn't wash it off? Yixing was puzzled. He immediately covered his body with the darkness aura and flew away from the dark canyon. He flew in a different direction, increasing the distance between him and the king's auras. However, Yixing discovered that the king's auras were getting closer and closer. They didn't go to the dark canyon at all. Instead, they changed directions and headed straight for Yixing. At this moment, Yixing was extremely sure that these kings had not only come for him, but they could also pinpoint his location. Even the darkness aura couldn't hide his whereabouts. Yixing immediately crushed a warning talisman. When the warning talisman was crushed, a warning formation that the Black Biao King carried with him would shatter as well. This meant that Yixing was in danger. The Black Biao King would know Yixing's location through the speed communication pearl, and would use the teleportation formation of the Dark Star Sect to quickly reach where Yixing was. In the Dark Star Sect, the Black Biao King had been secretly monitoring Zhuo Yupeng. However, when Zhuo Yupeng returned to the Zhuo family manor, he entered an underground secret room and disappeared from the Black Biao King's senses. It was as if Zhuo Yupeng knew that the Black Biao King was monitoring him, so he intentionally shook him off. Back then, the Black Biao King had his suspicions. He felt that there must be a reason why Zhuo Yupeng had fought Yixing before he left the Dark Star Sect. After Yixing left the Dark Star Sect, he might be in danger. Therefore, he had been paying attention to the warning formation on his body. Sure enough, as the Black Biao King expected, after a short period of over an hour, the Black Biao King received Yixing's request for help. The Black Biao King immediately sent a voice transmission to the Dark Star Sect's master and the Sovereign Sect's master, and then he rushed to the teleportation hall at the first possible moment. He used the speed communication pearl to confirm Yixing's location, and then used the teleportation formation to teleport towards the Ascension Mountain range. However, because it wasn't a fixed-point teleportation between teleportation formations, one-way teleportation would cause distance to occur. After teleporting, one wouldn't appear at a fixed location, and would appear in an area instead. So, the Black Biao King couldn't teleport directly to Yixing's side. The Black Biao King appeared in the Ascension Mountain range, and it was over 10,000 kilometers away from Yixing. At such a close distance, the speed communication pearl could already communicate directly. Yixing. How are you? The Black Biao King sent a message to Yixing. As soon as the Black Biao King arrived at the Ascension Mountain range, he sensed the auras of a few other kings, and one of them was especially familiar. It was the Daiyuan Supreme King, Meng Tai. It's the Daiyuan dynasty. I don't know how they know my location, but it should be Zhuo Yupeng's doing. They have a high-grade profound-grade flying ship, and they're only a few hundred kilometers away from me. They're about to catch up to me. Yixing's voice sounded out from the Black Biao King's speed communication pearl. Only a few hundred kilometers away. The Black Biao King's eyes instantly turned red with anxiety. He ignited his astral energy and broke through the limits of his speed as he flew over. Over 5,000 kilometers away, Yixing similarly broke through the limits of his speed as he flew at extreme speeds. However, the flying ship behind him was truly too fast. It was a high-grade profound-grade flying ship that was driven by high-grade star crystals and controlled by a king. It could be considered as the fastest speed on the star continent, and it was even faster than Yixing flying at full speed. With every blink of an eye, the distance between the two parties would close by dozens of kilometers. The distance of a few hundred kilometers would not last for more than 10 blinks of an eye. The Black Biao King was still 5,000 kilometers away, and there was no way he could catch up. On the flying ship, there were a total of 5 kings, including the damning Supreme King. If they caught up, Yixing would not have the strength to resist at all. This could be said to be the most dangerous moment since Yixing had returned to the star continent. There was no way he could escape, and there was no way he could defeat them. This was a situation of certain death. Unless, a thought flashed through Yixing's mind as he thought of the great space-breaching talisman he had obtained in the Stellar Hall. Only the great space-breaching talisman could save his life. However, once the great space-breaching talisman was used, it would tear apart the space around the star continent and reach another star continent. Once he reached another star continent, it would be almost impossible for him to return to the star continent. Yixing still had many things to do in the star continent, and he was unwilling to leave just like that. After a few breaths, the high mystic class flying ship behind them was even closer to Yixing. Yixing could already see the kings on the flying ship clearly. Other than the Supreme King Meng Tai, there was also the 2-star King Meng Tong and the Dayuan Crown Prince Meng Yuansheng. The other two were the 2-star King and the 3-star King respectively. Seems like I'm really at my wit's end. Apart from using the great space-breaching talisman, there's no other way. But I'm definitely not willing to leave the star continent just like that. The Dayuan dynasty has to pay the price. I want to take back what belongs to me. Yixing's eyes were burning with flames of anger. He stopped running. He turned around and stood proudly in the void, looking at the flying ship that was approaching him rapidly. Cowards of the Dayuan dynasty, do you still have the guts to make a bet with me? Yixing shouted at the 5 kings on the flying ship. The flying ship stopped in the sky in front of Yixing. The 5 kings were excited, but there was also a hint of anger in their eyes. The Dayuan dynasty's demon star was right in front of them, and they could exterminate him at any time. Of course, the 5 kings were excited. However, Yixing, a mere 7-star supremacy, had dared to shout at the 5 kings and call them cowards. Of course, they were furious when they heard this. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, stood at the bow of the ship and looked down at Yixing. Yixing, you are about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. I know that He Biao is rushing here. I can kill you before he arrives, but I won't. I want him to watch you die as soon as he arrives. I want him to feel the pain of having his hopes shattered before his eyes. Chapter 7:13. Yixing, he. Sorrow surged onto the Black Tiger King's face, and he was unable to speak about Yixing's death. When all the other kings saw the Black Tiger King's expression, they instantly understood that Yixing had probably been killed by the Supreme King, Meng Tai, and they revealed shocked expressions. The Black Tiger King quickly restrained his expression, and his gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked at the Dark Star Sex Master and shouted. Where's Zhui Yupeng? The Dark Star Sex Master was stunned. Even though the Black Tiger King's strength had surpassed him since a long time ago, the Black Tiger King had never spoken to him in such a tone. When the Black Tiger King saw that the Dark Star Sex Master didn't answer him, he asked with a grim voice. Where's Zhui Yupeng? The Dark Star Sex Master looked vigilantly at the Black Tiger King and said, Why are you looking for Yupeng? The Sovereign Sex Master, King Xiaomu, walked forward and said, Black Tiger, what happened? Speak properly. The Black Tiger King said, Zhui Yupeng is the true culprit behind Yixing's death. It was he who exposed Yixing's location to the Daryuan dynasty. The Dark Star Sex Master was surprised, and he said loudly, That's impossible. Even though Yupeng didn't get along well with Yixing, it's absolutely impossible for him to collude with the Daryuan dynasty. The Black Tiger King said, "Senior brother, I'm afraid the current Zhuo Yupeng isn't your son anymore." The expressions of everyone transformed into astonishment. The Black Tiger King's words caused them to be extremely shocked. If Zhuo Yupeng wasn't the Zhuo Yupeng of the past, then what was he? The Dark Star sect's master thought extremely highly of Zhuo Yupeng, and he was furious when he heard this. He said, "Junior brother, I know it's very difficult for you to get angry because of Yixing's death, but what nonsense are you speaking?" King Xiaomu said, "Black Tiger, what do you mean by that? Yupeng is Stardragon's only son." By now, the Black Biao King was sure that Zhuo Yupeng was the one who had been possessed by the Death Spirit King. Yixing once encountered the spirit body of the King of Death Soul in the Sea of Dark Prison. Since the King of Death Soul failed to possess Yixing, he would definitely choose to possess someone else. Zhuo Yupeng's team was completely annihilated, and Zhuo Yupeng's natural talent far surpassed the others, making him an extremely good target for possession. After returning from the Sea of Dark Prison, Yixing and I suspected that Zhuo Yupeng had already been possessed by the King of Death Soul. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect became agitated and shouted, "Impossible! How could my son be possessed? That's impossible." The kings all looked at the Black Biao King with strange expressions. Being possessed meant that he was dead, and his body had been taken over by his enemy. Zhuo Yupeng was the young sect leader of the Dark Star sect. Who would believe that Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed? The Black Biao King said, "Yixing knew that you wouldn't believe this, so he only told me about it. Ever since he returned to the Dark Star sect in the Sea of Dark Prison, I've been paying attention to Zhuo Yupeng, and he didn't reveal any flaws. Until this time, when Yixing left the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Yupeng took the initiative to challenge Yixing, and the two fought. He knew that his strength was not as good as Yixing's, and he would definitely lose if he fought Yixing. Yet, he still wanted to fight Yixing. He must have done something to Yixing's body during the battle, and that's how he knew about Yixing's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could the Great Yuan dynasty's people know about Yixing's specific location? Although the Black Biao King's words were suspicious of Zhuo Yupeng, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect didn't believe that his son had been possessed. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect said, "That's only your suspicion. You don't have any proof. It's impossible for Yupeng to have been possessed." The Black Biao King said, "Senior brother, do you know that if Zhuo Yupeng has been possessed, then the current Zhuo Yupeng is no longer your son, but the enemy who killed your son? Whether or not he has been possessed, let him come out and face us. This time, I must make him reveal his true self." King Xiaomu said, "The Black Biao King's words aren't without reason. Star Dragon, let Yupeng come out and face everyone. If he hasn't been possessed, he's still the young sect leader. If he really has been possessed, can you tolerate the enemy who possessed your son's body?" King Xiaomu was an elder of the Zhuo clan, and the previous sect leader. His words naturally carried more weight than the Black Biao King's, and the sect leader of the Dark Star sect would listen to him. After hesitating for a moment, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect took out the speed communication pearl. Just like how Yixing and the Black Biao King's speed communication pearl were connected, and the Black Biao King could determine Yixing's location from thousands of miles away, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect and his son, Zhuo Yupeng, could do the same. In the next moment, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect's expression changed. Zhuo Yupeng's speed communication pearl had actually been cut off from his own. He couldn't sense Zhuo Yupeng's location at all. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect said, he should have sealed the speed communication pearl. I can't contact him." All the king's expressions changed. Why would the speed communication pearl be sealed for no reason? This was a big point of suspicion. Just now, they didn't really believe that Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed, but now, they had a lot of doubts in their hearts. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect said, "He's still in the sect. Let's go back. We'll be able to find him once we go back." The Black Biao King waved his hand and said, "He harmed Yixing. He knows that he can no longer hide his identity, so he must have already escaped. If he tells the Dark Star sect's location to the Great Yuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect will be in danger." Although the Dark Star sect's headquarters was covered in layers of formations, and even 4-star kings would lose their lives if they barged in, they only had about 2,000 years of accumulation. On the other hand, the Great Yuan dynasty had tens of thousands of years of accumulation. In terms of accumulation, the Great Yuan dynasty was much more profound. If they knew the location of the Dark Star sect's headquarters, the Great Yuan dynasty might be able to take down the Dark Star sect with some of their resources. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of whether Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed or not, but the Dark Star sect's foundation. The severity of the matter was more than 10 times greater. All the king's expressions changed. Xiao Mu King said, "Return." When the kings returned to the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Yupeng's figure was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, in the secret underground room of Zhuo Yupeng's residence, 2 human skin skeletons were found. One was the Zhuo family's half-step king, and the other was the 5-star venerable Shimanju. It seemed like the two had not been sucked dry for long. Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed by the Death Soul King. There was no doubt that this was an irrefutable fact. The Dark Star sect immediately sealed off the entire island and conducted a comprehensive search. However, there was no sign of Zhuo Yupeng. He had already left the Dark Star sect. Zhuo Yupeng's possession was a huge threat to the safety of the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect was filled with worry. However, after the Black Tiger King returned to the Dark Star sect, his mood became better. Yixing and I left a trace of mental energy in each other's bodies. We can sense each other's life and death. I am sure that Yixing is not dead, but I can't sense his location. This is really strange. Could it be that he is no longer in the space of the Star Continent? From Wei Qingxian, the Black Tiger King knew that Yixing was not dead. The anger in his heart that had nowhere to vent was finally extinguished. The Black Tiger King believed that Yixing, as the demon star of the Great Yuan dynasty, would return one day as long as he was not dead. Chapter 7:14. When the space-breaching talisman shattered the space, Yixing was hit by the Supreme King Meng Tai's saber aura. The saber aura entered his body and he was severely injured. Soon, he fell unconscious. After being unconscious for a long time, Yixing slowly woke up. Yixing found himself lying on a hard wooden bed. When he moved his body slightly, a sharp pain came from his back and right shoulder, making it difficult for Yixing to move. He was injured, seriously injured. Yixing even felt that he could not circulate the astral energy in his body. His internal organs and meridians were all damaged to varying degrees. Yixing instantly thought of the Supreme King Meng Tai's saber. Fortunately, he had activated the Great Space-Breaching Talisman in time. If he had been a split second slower, this saber would have sliced his body into 2 and killed him instantly. Now, Yixing had returned to his human form. The divine dragon blood essence in his body had been burned. He could no longer transform into a dragon. His body was very weak and he felt powerless. Even raising his hand was difficult. This was definitely the most serious injury he had ever suffered in his life. If it wasn't for the fact that his Dark Star Xian body had reached the limit of small success and his vitality was extremely strong, almost comparable to that of a king, this injury would have been fatal. The vitality in his body would have slowly been destroyed, and he would have died in the end. However, Yixing's vitality was now stronger than the injuries he had suffered. As time passed, his vitality would become stronger and his body would gradually recover. It was just that it would take a long time. Although my injury is serious, it is not important. As long as I have time, I will completely recover. Moreover, I have the Star Fire Seed and can refine the Death Aura in the Corpse Jade. This will allow my cultivation to break through and become an 8-star supremacy or even a 9-star supremacy. The important thing is which star continent I am in and whether I can return to the star continent. There are too many things I care about there. Yixing thought to himself. He turned his head slightly and looked around the room. It was a very simple room. In addition to the wooden bed, there was a small wooden cabinet, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. I can't fall on someone's bed after breaking through the void. It seems that someone saved me. When he comes, I will ask him where I am. As Yixing was thinking, footsteps came from outside the room. After a few breaths, the door opened with a creak. A gray-robed elder with a snow-white beard walked in. "Oh, young master, you are awake." The gray-robed elder entered the room and smiled when he saw Yixing. "Uncle, thank you for saving my life. How many days have I been unconscious?" Yixing knew that he must have been unconscious for a long time. Young master," the gray-robed elder. "Young master, you have been unconscious for a long time. It has been 5 days since my young master saved you from the back mountain. As for how long you have been unconscious, I don't know." Yixing was surprised that he had been unconscious for such a long time. It seemed that he was seriously injured this time. Yixing looked at the gray-robed elder carefully. Although he was seriously injured, his eyesight was still there. He could see that the gray-robed elder was a 9-star supremacy. A 9-star supremacy was just a servant. Then, he must be from a big family. However, the decor of this room was too plain. It looked like a farmhouse, not a room of a large family. Yixing said, "Thank you for saving my life. Is your young master not here?" The gray-robed elder came to the bedside and said, "Young master is seriously injured. My young master went to buy medicine for you." Yixing smiled in his heart. His injuries could not be cured by ordinary medicinal herbs. The reason he could wake up was all because of his own recovery ability. If he wanted to heal his injuries quickly, he would probably need a level 5 medicinal pill. Yixing asked, "Uncle, how should I address your young master? Where is this place?" "This is the Gu family. My young master is." The gray-robed elder hesitated and said, "My young master is the Gu family's young master, Gu Qingchen." Gu family, Gu Qingchen. Yixing remembered the name of the person who saved him. However, he wanted to know more than that. Yixing continued asking, "Uncle, where is this area?" The gray-robed elder looked at Yixing in confusion and said, "Young master, you were injured in the back mountain of the Gu family. Don't you know the Gu family of Evergreen City?" Yixing smiled awkwardly and said, "I really don't know. When I was injured, I was teleported by a force and then fell unconscious. I have never heard of the Evergreen City." The gray-robed elder said, "I see. Although the Gu family is a big family in Evergreen City, it is nothing in the entire Yuezhou. Young master, do you know the star-plucking palace in Yuezhou?" Yixing shook his head, "I don't know." The gray-robed elder was surprised and said, "You don't even know the star-plucking palace? Are you not from the Star Elephant Dynasty?" Star Elephant Dynasty? Yixing's heart skipped a beat. He knew that there was a Star Elephant Palace in the Starry Crescent Land. Was this a coincidence? Or was he in the Starry Crescent Land? Yixing shook his head and said, "I know of the Star Elephant Dynasty, but I have never heard of the Star-Plucking Palace. I am from the Dark Moon Palace." The Dark Moon Palace was one of the 7 superpowers in the Starry Crescent Land. Moreover, the Dark Moon Palace had a good relationship with the Star Elephant Palace. Therefore, Yixing said that he was from the Dark Moon Palace. As for the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Yixing did not mention it. In the Starry Crescent Land, the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and the Dark Moon Palace had been hunting down the disciples of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. If this was the Starry Crescent Land, the territory of the Star Elephant Palace, then wouldn't Yixing be looking for trouble by saying that he was related to the Big Dipper sword sect? When the gray-robed elder heard the words Dark Moon Palace, his eyes were filled with respect and he said, "Young master, so you are a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. My apologies. No wonder you have never heard of the Star-Plucking Palace. Compared to the Dark Moon Palace, the Star-Plucking Palace is not worth mentioning. There really is a Dark Moon Palace." Yixing's heart suddenly lit up. There could not be so many coincidences. This must be the Starry Crescent Land. The Starry Crescent Land, I can't believe that I am here. Although I can't go back to the Starry Crescent Land, one day, Qing Xian will become the strongest cultivator in the Starry Crescent Land. I will wait for her here. One day, we will meet again. Yixing thought to himself. His mood was inexplicably better. It's a pity that I have to come to the Starry Crescent Land before I can destroy the Dayuan dynasty. I am a demon star in a chaotic time. Brother He Biao has been so kind to me, but I can't help him at all. I am so sorry. Yixing sighed. If he could go back to the Starry Crescent Land, he would definitely try his best to do so. However, he had never heard of anyone going back to the Starry Crescent Land. There was no road, how could one go back? Chapter 7:16. Gu Qingchen was obviously not lying. Although he said no, his expression and actions told others the truth. The gray-robed elder, Gu Jinyang, strode to Gu Qingchen and took out the hand that Gu Qingchen had hidden behind his back. There were large bruises on the back of the hand and the forearm. Some parts were even greenish and purplish. It was obvious that he had been hit with great force. They bullied you again? Gu Jinyang was furious and his tone was agitated. Gu Qingchen nodded silently. Bastards! A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Gu Jinyang cursed angrily. His body was shaking. Grandpa Jinyang, it's all my fault for not being able to break through to the Star Vortex realm and bringing shame to the family. Don't be angry. I'll work hard and break through to the Star Vortex realm before I turn 16. When I become the family head, no one will dare to bully me. Gu Qingchen blamed himself when he saw that Gu Jinyang was trembling with anger. Yixing rolled his eyes. This child was really naive. Gu Jinyang grabbed Gu Qingchen's shoulder and shouted, "Who said you brought shame to the family? Listen, you didn't bring shame to the family. You're the son of Gu Tsongnan. Only the family owes you. You don't owe the family anything." Gu Qingchen nodded slightly. Oh. Although it was a reply, there was confusion in his eyes. He missed the days when his parents were still in the family. Since his parents disappeared, everything had changed. The Gu family was no longer the Gu family in his heart. Other than Gu Jinyang, who had always treated him well, everyone else had been polite to him in the first 2 years. Later, when the news of his parents' death spread, his status in the Gu family plummeted, and he slowly became an existence that anyone could bully. Although he was naive, he was not ignorant. He understood some things in his heart, but he was powerless to change them. Even so, Gu Qingchen did not blame the heavens. Instead, he blamed himself. He did not understand why he was stuck at the 9th level of the celestial vortex realm, unable to condense a celestial vortex in his dantian, when other people had stepped into the celestial vortex realm at the age of 15 or 16. The star tempering realm was only the foundation of martial arts. The star vortex realm was the real beginning of martial arts. If he could not even enter the star vortex realm, how could he be worthy of respect? I must step into the star vortex realm, I must. Gu Qingchen shouted in his heart. Seeing Gu Qingchen's appearance, Gu Jinyang sighed. Although he was Venerable 9-star, he couldn't interfere in the disputes between Gu Qingchen and the younger generation of the Gu clan. Gu Jinyang was very clear that if he interfered, he would definitely attract even more powerful forces. It would be impossible for him to stay by Gu Qingchen's side. Gu Songbei could spare Gu Qingshan's life, but he would definitely not care about Gu Jinyang's life. Thus, Gu Jinyang could only silently stay by Gu Qingshan's side and take care of his daily life. He would guide him in his cultivation, and when Gu Qingshan went out to train, he would protect him. However, in the Gu clan, Gu Jinyang could not interfere in anything. Gu Jinyang asked, "Who hit you this time?" He narrowed his eyes, hiding a trace of murderous intent. Although he could not interfere, he had to remember who had hurt Gu Qingshan. What if one day, something happened to Gu Qingshan and he was completely abandoned by Gu Songbei? Then, even if he had to risk his life, Gu Jinyang would pay back this debt, and pay back double. Gu Qingshan said softly, "It was Qingshan who ordered his subordinates to hit me. Qingshan asked them to hit my face, but I used my hands to block them, so my face was not injured. Grandpa Jinyang, this is a small injury. It will be fine soon after applying some medicine. I will go and boil some medicine for Big Brother first." Talking about this in front of Yixing, an outsider, clearly put Gu Qingshan in a difficult position. He was too embarrassed to stay in the room, so he left immediately after speaking. Gu Jinyang took a deep breath and restrained his expression. He looked at Yixing and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of young Master Yi." Yixing did not laugh. Instead, he said seriously, "This child is very talented. He did not break through to the celestial vortex realm because someone did something to his dantian. If the problem is not solved, he will not be able to break through to the celestial vortex realm even if he cultivates for the rest of his life." Yixing had also checked Gu Qingshan's heavens will earlier and discovered that his heavens will fire was green in color. There were a total of 4 flames. This was a 4-star green life, which was enough for him to cultivate to the 4-star supremacy realm. With this kind of cultivation talent, it would not be strange for him to cultivate to the 7th level of the celestial vortex realm at the age of 16. How could he not break through to the celestial vortex realm? Gu Jinyang was stunned. "Young Master Yi, you can see the problem with Qingshan?" Yixing blinked to express his affirmation. Although Gu Jinyang did not find anything wrong with Gu Qingshan, he had always been suspicious. Now that he heard Yixing say this, he looked at Yixing with a glimmer of hope. Gu Jinyang quickly walked to the bedside and asked excitedly, "Young master, do you know how to save him?" Yixing blinked again and said, "There is an aura left behind by a supremacy in Qingshan's dantian. As long as this aura is present, Qingshan will not be able to form a celestial vortex in his dantian. When I recover from my injuries, I can get rid of this aura." Gu Jinyang was shocked. "An aura left behind by a supremacy?" Yixing said, "That's right. I don't know how many supremacies Qingshan has interacted with. If there are not many, or if there is only one, then the answer is very clear." Gu Jinyang suddenly raised his voice and said loudly, "I know who it is. It is Supremacy Tangbin from the Star-Plucking Palace. When young master was 13 years old, Supremacy Tangbin came to the Gu clan. Gu Songbei asked Supremacy Tangbin to take young master as a disciple. After that, Honorable Lord Tangbin had examined the young master's aptitude. At that time, Honorable Lord Tangbin had said that although the young master was blessed by the heavens, his physique was flawed, and it would be difficult for him to even break through to the celestial vortex realm in this lifetime. Since then, young master's position in the Gu clan had plummeted, and he was slowly bullied by the younger generation of the Gu clan. Especially Gu Songbei's son, Gu Qingshan, who was the worst. My young master was bullied by him the most. Yixing said, "It seems that Gu Songbei asking Tangbin to take Qingshan as a disciple was just putting on a show with Tangbin. As a high-level astral reaching realm supremacy, Tangbin cooperated with Gu Songbei to put on a show. Are they close?" Gu Jinyang said, "Gu Songbei's wife, Tang Yu, is from the Tang clan. She is Tangbin's younger brother's daughter." As he spoke, Gu Jinyang slapped his thigh and said, "I understand now. 6 years ago, no wonder Tang Ming came to the Gu clan and said that there was an opportunity to break through to the mid-level supremacy realm in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. He invited the family head and madam to the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land to train, but he never returned. This was definitely a conspiracy. The goal was to kill the family head and madam so that Gu Songbei could become the family head. There was a lot of information in Gu Jinyang's words. Yixing asked, Tang Ming, who is he? The description of the power in the first 2 chapters was wrong. The Gu clan was a 2-star power, not a 4-star power. The star-plucking palace was a 3-star power, not a 5-star power. Chapter 7:17. Gu Jinyang said, Tang Ming is Tang Yu's father and Tang Bin's younger brother. He's a 3-star venerable like the patriarch and madam. Yixing was able to see through Gu Qingchen's problem and solve it. Gu Jinyang had placed all his hopes on Yixing. Therefore, even though it was the first time he met Yixing, he still told him about the Gu clan's past. Of course, this was also because Gu Jinyang thought that Yixing was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. He trusted Yixing a lot. The Dark Moon Palace was a 4-star force, one of the 7 superpowers in Starry Crescent Land. It was on the same level as the Astral Palace behind the Astral Dynasty. In front of such a superpower, the Zhaixing Palace was nothing. Therefore, since Yixing could see through Gu Qingchen's problem, Gu Jinyang believed that Yixing could solve Gu Qingchen's problem. Like the Gu clan, the Tang clan is a 2-star force. Gu Jinyang explained again in detail. Yixing finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. The Tang clan and the Gu clan were 2-star forces in Yuezhou. They were under the jurisdiction of the Zhaixing Palace, a 3-star force. Tang Bin of the Tang clan had become a 7-star venerable lord due to some fortuitous encounters. He had a prominent position in the Zhaixing Palace and became an elder, causing the Tang clan's status to soar. As a result, Gu Songbei, who had married the Tang clan's woman, also had a higher status in the Gu clan because of his wife's prosperity. Moreover, he was somewhat dissatisfied with his brother, Gu Songnan, as the patriarch. Therefore, one day when Gu Qingchen was 10 years old, Tang Bin's younger brother, Tang Ming, came to the Gu clan and said that there was an opportunity to become a mid-level venerable in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. He went to the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land with Gu Songnan and his wife and never returned. After that, Gu Songbei became the acting patriarch. However, due to Gu Songnan and his wife's high prestige in the Gu clan, Gu Songbei's authority was limited at first. 2 years later, news spread that Gu Songnan and his wife had died in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. At this time, Tang Bin, an elder of the Star-Plucking Palace, also came to the Gu clan. Gu Songbei asked Tang Bin to take Gu Qingchen as his disciple, but Tang Bin left a trace of his aura in Gu Qingchen's body, making it impossible for Gu Qingchen to break through to the Star Vortex realm. From then on, Gu Qingchen's position in the Gu family plummeted. As for Gu Songbei, with the support of his wife, Tang Yu, his power in the Gu family grew. By now, the majority of the elders in the Gu clan had already sided with Gu Songbei. They were only waiting for Gu Qingchen to reach the age of 16. At that time, before Gu Qingchen had broken through to the Star Vortex realm, Gu Songbei would officially become the head of the Gu clan. Gu Qingchen saved my life. I have to help him break through to the Star Vortex realm and ascend to the position of the Gu clan's patriarch. Yixing thought to himself. In the following days, Gu Jinyang knew that it was impossible for Gu Qingchen to break through to the Star Vortex realm. Hence, he did not let Gu Qingchen practice any cultivation techniques. Instead, he allowed Gu Qingchen to practice martial arts every day. Gu Qingchen's comprehension was not bad. Furthermore, as the Venerable 9-star, Gu Jinyang was more than capable of guiding Gu Qingchen in his cultivation of supreme martial arts. Gu Qingchen's martial arts attainments were not weak. Many of his supreme martial arts had reached the great perfection realm. Other than practicing martial arts every day, Gu Qingchen also brewed medicine for Yixing. Although it did not have much of an effect, Yixing did not refuse Gu Qingquan's kindness. Time passed by. After a month, Yixing's injuries had recovered quite a bit. He could already get out of bed and walk around. Furthermore, Yixing could use part of his astral energy. It could be said that he had recovered some of his strength. As Gu Qingquan's 16th birthday approached, his days in the Gu clan became more and more difficult. In this month, he was beaten a few more times. Almost every time, he was bullied by Gu Qingquan. After he could get out of bed and walk around, Yixing left the courtyard and went to a flat area in the back mountain to watch Gu Qingquan cultivate. As an 8-star venerable, Yixing's eyesight was much better than Gu Jinyang's. Furthermore, he had the super brain scan, so he could clearly see any flaws in Gu Qingquan's cultivation. Yixing naturally gave Gu Qingquan a few pointers. This allowed Gu Jinyang to understand his own flaws. As he slowly corrected them, his martial arts attainments grew higher and higher. There were signs of him breaking through to the transformative realm. Gu Jinyang was very impressed by this. Gu Qingquan was even more worshipful of Yixing. Because Yixing's pointers made him feel like his comprehension of martial arts had suddenly improved. As Yixing's strength recovered, Gu Jinyang could sense that Yixing's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. His cultivation base had reached a level that even he could not judge. Gu Jinyang knew that he had met an expert. However, he did not find it strange that Yixing was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. As a 4-star power, the Dark Moon Palace even had Star Sea Realm kings among their genius disciples. Therefore, when Yixing started to give pointers to Gu Jinyang consciously stopped and let Gu Qingquan cultivate according to Yixing's pointers. Another half a month passed. Yixing's injuries were getting better and better. He had recovered more than 70% of his strength. In another half a month, he would be completely recovered. Gu Qingquan's several supreme-grade martial arts had also broken through to the transformative realm under Yixing's pointers. His strength had increased greatly. Furthermore, Yixing also took out some low-grade spirit herbs for Gu Qingquan to cultivate his physical body cultivation technique. This would strengthen his physical body in the star-tempering realm and lay a good foundation. On this day, Gu Qingquan went out to buy herbs again. Unlike before, he jogged all the way to Yixing with an excited smile on his face. "Big brother Yixing, I won, I won," Gu Qingquan said excitedly. He was so happy that he danced with joy. Martial arts that have reached the transformative realm are indeed powerful. In addition, my physical strength has increased greatly. This time, I defeated all the 1-star marquises who bullied me. Gu Qingquan was so excited that he could not sleep. He was at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm and had defeated several star vortex realm martial artists. For so many years, Gu Qingquan had been beaten up. He had never felt so elated before. Looking at the excited Gu Qingquan, Yixing had a thought. Gu Qingquan could be considered elated this time. However, his strength had increased greatly, and this would definitely attract Gu Cangbei's attention. Now, other than Gu Qingquan and Gu Jinyang, no one in the Gu family knew about Yixing's existence. However, from today onwards, Gu Cangbei would definitely send people to investigate. My injuries will recover soon. I don't need to stay here anymore. Yixing looked at the mountains and thought to himself, I can find a place to live in seclusion and not let the Gu family know. After Gu Qingquan becomes the family head, I will leave and go to the Big Dipper sword sect to see Brother Feng. Gu Qingquan did not notice Yixing's expression and said excitedly, "It's a pity that I didn't beat Gu Qingquan today. I only tied with him. He is at the 2nd level of the Star Vortex realm. It seems that I have to break through to the Star Vortex realm to defeat him. After I become the family head, I will continue to cultivate diligently. In the future, I will become an expert like my father and mother. At that time, I will go to the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land to find them." Chapter 719. Yixing stood up and put away all the corpse jades. Originally, he was going to refine the corpse jades to raise his cultivation after he recovered. But now, it seemed that he had to find a place to raise the quality of his star fire seed before he could refine the corpse jades. With his current cultivation, only the corpse jades of profound grade 5 and 6 would be effective. Qingchen will turn 16 in a month. Even if I help him break through to the star vortex realm, he won't be able to escape from Gu Cangbei's evil hands without my help. I'll wait for a month and deal with Qingchen's problem before heading to the Heavenly Flame ancient land. Yixing thought to himself. After leaving the wooden house, Yixing went to the other side of the mountain and opened his martial Dao heavenly eye. On this day, Gu Qingchen was cultivating at the back of the mountain as usual. Gu Jinyang was watching from the side. Yixing checked Gu Qingchen's surroundings and did not find anyone watching him. Yixing's figure flashed and left the mountain. Soon, he arrived at Gu Qingchen's location. Yixing's speed was so fast that even Gu Jinyang, a venerable 9-star, could not see Yixing's figure. When Yixing suddenly appeared, both Gu Qingchen and Gu Jinyang were shocked. Seeing that the person who appeared was Yixing, the two of them relaxed. Young Master Yixing is so fast. Even the family head does not have such speed. It seems that young Master Yixing is at least a mid-level venerable. Gu Jinyang exclaimed inwardly. At the same time, he guessed Yixing's cultivation. When Gu Qingchen saw Yixing, he cheered after recovering from his shock. Big brother Yixing, your injuries are all healed? Yixing smiled and nodded. I'll clear the aura in your dantian today. With your cultivation, you'll be able to break through to the star vortex realm soon. Gu Qingchen's eyes lit up, and he became excited. He had been dreaming of breaking through to the star vortex realm. Gu Jinyang said, Young Master, it's your fortune to meet young Master Yi. Hurry up and thank him. Sigh. Yixing raised his hand and stopped Gu Qingchen from thanking him. He said, if you hadn't saved me, I might have been torn apart by the wild beasts in the mountains. How could I still be alive today? I helped you solve some small problems. Compared to you saving my life, this is nothing. As he spoke, Yixing walked over to Gu Qingchen and said, sit down. Oh. Gu Qingchen sat down. Yixing sat down opposite Gu Qingchen. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Gu Qingchen's hands. Relax your mind and don't move your body. It will be done very soon. Gu Qingchen nodded. Very quickly, Gu Qingchen felt a warm current pass through Yixing's palms. It traveled along his arms and into his body, finally reaching his dantian. The heat flow lingered in his dantian for a while, and a warm feeling came, which was very comfortable. In less than 10 breaths, the energy flow in Gu Qingchen's dantian dissipated and left his body. Tang Bin, who had left his aura in Gu Qingchen's dantian, was a 7-star supremacy, while Yixing was an 8-star supremacy. Yixing's astral energy was much stronger than Tang Bin's, so it was naturally easy for him to remove Tang Bin's aura. Yixing released his hands and said, all right, I have removed the aura in your dantian. You can now condense a star vortex and break through to the star vortex realm. Gu Qingchen's eyes lit up as he nodded excitedly. Yixing stood up and walked to the side, standing beside Gu Jinyang. In order not to disturb Gu Qingchen, Gu Jinyang did not say anything. However, he bowed deeply to Yixing to express his gratitude. Yixing quickly helped Gu Jinyang up. Gu Qingchen closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation technique. The dense inner qi in his body gathered in his dantian. In the surrounding void, the astral energy also sensed it and automatically flowed towards Gu Qingchen, being absorbed by his body. When one broke through to the star vortex realm, the fluctuation of astral energy was very small. It could only be felt within a few hundred meters. Gu Qingchen's residence was already remote enough in the Gu clan. Now, Gu Qingchen was in the back mountain of his residence. Other than Yixing and Gu Jinyang, there was no one else within a few hundred meters. The Gu clan naturally did not know that Gu Qingchen was breaking through to the star vortex realm. Gu Qingchen's cultivation should have reached the star vortex realm long ago. However, due to the aura left by Tang Bin in his dantian, as long as Gu Qingchen condensed a star vortex, the aura would disperse the star vortex. Therefore, no matter what, Gu Qingchen could not condense a star vortex and break through to the star vortex realm. Now, the aura in Gu Qingchen's dantian had been removed by Yixing. Gu Qingchen's cultivation talent was very high, and he had not stopped cultivating during the 2 years when he was stuck at the 9th level of the star tempering realm. His cultivation had accumulated a lot. Now that he had condensed a star vortex, there was no external force to stop him. Naturally, he succeeded. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Qingchen's aura changed. The star vortex in his dantian had completely condensed and formed. The internal qi in his body had undergone a qualitative change. It had turned into star essence of a higher quality, and his strength had increased greatly. Gu Qingchen's cultivation had broken through to the first level of the star vortex realm and officially entered the martial path. However, Gu Qingchen's cultivation did not stop after he broke through to the star vortex realm. His aura was still increasing rapidly, and the star essence in his body was getting stronger. Gu Qingchen's cultivation at the 9th level of the star tempering realm was too strong. Now that he had broken through to the star vortex realm, the consolidated astral energy in his body was like a gate that had been opened. It gushed out crazily and strengthened his cultivation. Mid first level. Late first level. Peak first level, Gu Qingchen's cultivation was increasing at a visible speed. Soon, the surrounding astral energy in the void sensed it and gathered toward Gu Qingchen's body. Gu Qingchen started to break through to the 2nd level of the star vortex realm again. It was not that Gu Qingchen was biting off more than he could chew. It was just that he had accumulated too much over the past 2 years. Now that he had accumulated enough, breaking through to the next level would not stop his cultivation from increasing. Therefore, he continued to break through. Not long after, Gu Qingchen's aura increased by another notch. His cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the star vortex realm. After breaking through, Gu Qingchen's cultivation continued to increase. Soon, he reached the mid-2nd level. Late 2nd level. It was only when he reached the late 2nd level of the star vortex realm that he stopped consolidating his cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, and they were filled with surprise. In the past, Gu Qingchen had been looking forward to breaking through to the star vortex realm. However, he had not succeeded for 2 years. Today, not only had he broken through to the star vortex realm, but his cultivation had also made continuous breakthroughs. He had advanced triumphantly all the way to the 2nd level of the star vortex realm. How could he not be happy? I have broken through to the star vortex realm, and I am a 2-star marquis. Gu Qingchen stood up and felt the cultivation in his body. His voice was trembling with excitement. Similarly excited was Gu Jinyang. He looked at Gu Qingchen with gratification, unable to contain his joy. Chapter 720. In order to give Gu Cangbei a surprise on Gu Qingchen's coming-of-age ceremony, Yixing sealed Gu Qingchen's cultivation so that he still looked like a level 9 star tempering realm martial artist. After breaking through to the star vortex realm, the inner qi in his body had been strengthened to star origin, and he could cultivate spiritual martial arts. Gu Qingchen had awakened the upper-class metal element astrology. Yixing had inherited the lower-class spiritual martial art, metal elemental /. As for the martial arts inheritance, the Gu family had their own martial arts. With Yixing's guidance, Gu Qingchen's inferior spiritual martial art improved by leaps and bounds. After a month, Gu Qingchen's metal origin / had reached the perfection stage. Although Yixing's guidance had contributed greatly to Gu Qingchen's speed, it was also largely due to Gu Qingchen's talent in martial arts and his diligence. The Starry Crescent Lands calendar was the same as the Star Continents calendar. After teaching Gu Qingchen how to cultivate the inferior spiritual martial art, another year had passed. Yixing was already 23 years old. Half a month after the end of the year, Gu Qingchen's birthday was on the 15th of January. On this day, Gu Qingchen would reach adulthood at the age of 16. This day was a big event for the Gu clan. When the young master reached adulthood, he would inherit the position of clan leader. However, everyone in the Gu clan knew that it was impossible for Gu Qingchen to succeed. In the morning, the elders of the Gu clan walked out of their mansions and came to the Gu clan's ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was a place to worship the ancestors. Regardless of whether the position of clan leader was inherited or taken away, it had to be carried out in the ancestral hall. The acting clan leader, Gu Songbei, was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He smiled and greeted the elders in the clan. He was in a very good mood. In the entire Gu clan, other than the great elder, Gu Jinyuan, who was not on good terms with him, the rest of the elders were on good terms with him. Although the great elder, Gu Jinyuan, was the leader of the Gu family, as long as Gu Qingchen could not even step into the star vortex realm, he did not have the qualifications to inherit the position of patriarch. Gu Jinyuan could not stop Gu Songbei from taking away Gu Qingchen's right to inherit the position of patriarch, nor could he stop Gu Songbei from ascending to the position of patriarch. Today's matter was divided into two stages. The first stage was to strip Gu Qingchen of his right to inherit the patriarch position. The second stage was for Gu Songbei to officially become the patriarch. Both of them had to testify in front of the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall. Beside Gu Songbei stood a beautiful middle-aged woman. All the elders respected her, even more than Gu Songnan. She was naturally Gu Songbei's wife Tang Yu. The Tang family was powerful. Furthermore, Lord Tang Bin was Tang Yu's biological uncle. This caused Tang Yu's position in the Gu family to be rather high. In name, the Gu family's matters were managed by Gu Songbei, the acting family head. In reality, the person who truly made the decisions was Tang Yu. Young Lord Qingchen is here. A guard shouted from outside the ancestral hall. Immediately after, someone ran in and reported to Gu Songbei, family head, among the people that Gu Qingchen brought, other than Gu Jinyang, there's also an unfamiliar young man. Gu Songbei's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, an unfamiliar young man? What's his cultivation? The person who was reporting said, this person has concealed his cultivation, and his aura is completely hidden. I can't tell. Gu Songbei asked again, where's Qingchen? The person who was reporting said, he's still at the 9th level of the star tempering realm. As long as there were no accidents with Gu Qingchen's cultivation, no one could stop him, Gu Songbei, from becoming the Gu family's family head. Gu Songbei waved his hand, and the person who was reporting retreated. Soon, Gu Qingchen walked in. As for Yixing and Gu Jinyang, they were stopped outside the ancestral hall. Today was a major event for the Gu family. Even in the Gu family, only the elders could enter. The others had to wait outside. Of course, it was the same for outsiders. The moment Gu Qingchen entered the ancestral hall, everyone's gazes landed on him as they inspected his cultivation. Most of these elders were 1-star venerables, and very few were 2-star venerables. Of course, they could not see Yixing's seal and thought that Gu Qingchen had yet to break through to the star vortex realm. Greetings, uncle and elders. Gu Qingchen's expression did not change as he bowed to everyone. After breaking through to the star vortex realm, Gu Qingchen's mental state had improved tremendously. In addition to Yixing's intentional training, Gu Qingchen could be said to have undergone a complete transformation. In the past, if Gu Qingchen faced Gu Songbei and the other elders, he would definitely be very timid and would not be able to raise his head. Now, however, he could face them with a normal expression. Of course, Gu Qingchen's heart was not as calm as he looked. His heart was still beating faster. The elders were surprised by Gu Qingchen's performance. However, seeing that Gu Qingshan's cultivation had yet to break through to the star vortex realm, they did not look at him anymore. Without breaking through to the star vortex realm, there was no change. From today onwards, Gu Qingshan's right to inherit the family head position would be taken away, and he would become an ordinary family member. The great elder, Gu Jinyuan, did not support Gu Songbei to become the family head. However, seeing that Gu Qingshan's cultivation was still at the 9th level of the star tempering realm, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. He could not stop today's matter, nor was he interested in stopping it. Since Qingshan is here, then today's ancestral worship will begin. Gu Songbei walked to the center of the ancestral hall and faced the ancestral tablet. He bowed deeply and said, "Ancestors above." First, Gu Songbei recited a long memorial speech. It was nothing more than praising the merits of the ancestors and the contributions that each generation of the family head had made to the family. Looking at the history of the family heads, they were all heroes with unparalleled martial arts and were the best in the family. Those who took over the family head position at a young age were also geniuses of the younger generation. When they reached adulthood, they were all star marquis. There has never been a precedent of someone who did not become a star marquis when they reached adulthood. As Gu Songbei spoke, he changed the topic and turned it to Gu Qingshan. Today, there is a disdainful descendant, Gu Qingshan. As the successor of the family head, his aptitude is extremely poor. After cultivating for a few years, he has yet to step into the star vortex realm when he reached adulthood. He has wasted the family's nurturing. With such behavior, if he were to inherit the family head position, wouldn't it bring shame to the Gu family? It would make our ancestors blush with shame. The current family head, Gu Songbei, requests instructions from the ancestors to strip Gu Qingshan of his right to inherit the family head position. Elders, please make a decision. As soon as Gu Songbei finished speaking, some elders wanted to speak up in support. However, Gu Qingshan spoke before anyone else. Gu Qingshan said, "Uncle, this is the family ancestral hall. How can you slander me in front of the ancestors?" The elders' words immediately stopped in their mouths. Gu Songbei looked at Gu Qingshan in surprise and shouted, "What did you say? When did I slander you?" Gu Qingshan revealed a trace of a smile and said, "I have clearly broken through to the star vortex realm. Why did uncle say that I have yet to become a star marquis and bring shame to the Gu family and our ancestors? If this is not slander, what is it?" As he spoke, Gu Qingshan used the method that Yi Xing had taught him to unseal the cultivation in his body. The aura of a second-level star vortex realm instantly leaked out from Gu Qingshan's body. Chapter 721. In the Gu clan ancestral hall, Gu Songbei, Tang Yu, and the Gu clan elders were stunned. Gu Qingshan's cultivation was actually second-level star vortex realm. In an instant, everyone's expressions became extremely interesting. Great Elder Gu Jinyuan opened his eyes. His eyes were also filled with shock, but they shone brightly. Gu Songbei looked at Gu Qingshan and exclaimed, "This is impossible. How did you break through to the star vortex realm?" Gu Qingshan looked at Gu Songbei and said, "Oh. Uncle, is it really impossible for me to break through to the star vortex realm?" Why? Although Gu Songbei had treated Gu Qingshan badly ever since he became the acting clan leader, Gu Qingshan did not hate him. Even though Gu Jinyang had told Gu Qingshan that he could not break through to the star vortex realm and that it might be Gu Songbei's doing, without any evidence, Gu Qingshan could not hate his uncle. However, ever since Yi Xing had told him about the problem in his dantian and solved it for him, Gu Qingshan was filled with hatred for Gu Songbei no matter how pure he was. Gu Qingshan stared at Gu Songbei's eyes. His gaze was sharp as a sword, and there was anger hidden in his eyes. Gu Songbei had a guilty conscience. Being stared at by Gu Qingshan, he felt guilty and avoided his gaze. Tang Yu walked up to Gu Songbei and said, "Gu Qingshan, after you broke through to the 9th level of the star tempering realm, your cultivation did not improve for 2 years. My uncle, Honorable Lord Tang Bin, was right. Your aptitude is too poor, and it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. Now that you suddenly broke through to the second level of the star vortex realm, haha. You must have used some medicine to forcefully raise your cultivation in order to inherit the clan leader's position, right? You already have a bleak future ahead of you. Now that you have not even built a solid foundation, you are spoiling things by pulling up seedlings to help them grow. What can you achieve in the future? If the clan leader's position is passed to you, it will be a great decline. Gu Qingshan's aptitude was not bad. He was a 4-star green life. However, Honorable Lord Tang Bin had left a trace of Honorable Lord's aura in Gu Qingshan's dantian, so Gu Qingshan could not form a star vortex and break through to the star vortex realm. Naturally, exalted Lord Tang Bin would not lie through his teeth and say that Gu Qingshan's aptitude was poor. Instead, he would say that Gu Qingshan's physique was not good enough. Now, Tang Yu had directly labeled Gu Qingshan as someone with poor aptitude. The elders and Gu Songbei had long been in cahoots. Once Tang Yu's words came out, someone echoed, "Madam is right." He he. At this moment, a cold laugh resounded. The first elder, Gu Jinyuan, spoke, "Qingshan's fate is a 4-star green fate, the highest fate in the history of our Gu clan. You call this a lack of aptitude?" Then, everyone here, including this old man, would have the aptitude of trash. Previously, when Gu Jinyuan saw that Gu Qingshan was already 16 years old but still had not broken through to the star vortex realm, he also believed Honorable Lord Tang Bin's words. Naturally, he could not be bothered to speak up for a useless Gu Qingshan. Now, it was different. Honorable Lord Tang Bin had said that it would be difficult for Gu Qingshan to break through to the star vortex realm. Now that Gu Qingshan had broken through to the star vortex realm, it meant that he could continue to cultivate. With Gu Qingshan's cultivation talent of a 4-star green fate, he would definitely become a 4-star venerable in the future. The Gu clan had never had a middle-level venerable. As the Gu clan's first elder, how could Gu Jinyuan not stand on Gu Qingshan's side? If it wasn't for Gu Jinyuan mentioning it, the Gu clan's elders would have all forgotten about Gu Qingshan's fate. Now that they were reminded by Gu Jinyuan, they realized that Gu Qingshan's fate had broken the Gu clan's record. This was a future 4-star venerable. How could he not be qualified to succeed the position of clan leader? Although the elders had already colluded with Gu Songbei and had received benefits from him, there were still fence-sitters. Seeing that Gu Qingshan's fate was high, his potential was great, and he had the first elder's protection, a few elders immediately changed their tone and spoke up for Gu Qingshan. First elder is right. A 4-star green fate means that he will definitely become a 4-star venerable in the future. How could Qingshan's talent not be enough to succeed the position of clan leader? If Qingshan enters the star-plucking palace, he might even become a high-level astral-reaching realm venerable in the future, just like Tang Bin of the Tang clan. How could his right to succeed the clan leader be taken away? Gu Songbei's and Tang Yu's faces darkened. In order to become the official clan leader of the Gu clan, they had waited for several years for Gu Qingshan to turn 16. The reason why they had not killed Gu Qingshan earlier was so that they could become the official clan leader today. Instead, they had forcefully snatched the position away from them, which would make them look bad. However, judging from the current situation, it would be very difficult for Gu Songbei to become the clan leader. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu did not understand. Gu Qingshan had the aura left behind by Tang Bin in his body. This was the aura left behind by a venerable. As long as it remained in Gu Qingshan's dantian, he would not be able to break through to the star vortex realm. However, Gu Qingshan had just broken through to the celestial vortex realm, and he had even broken through to the second level of the celestial vortex realm. What was going on? How could Tang Bin make a mistake? At the same time, Gu Songbei thought of the report just now. Other than the old servant Gu Jinyang, there was also an unfamiliar young man who had come with Gu Qingshan. Could it be him? Gu Songbei's heart jumped. Gu Songbei thought about it and could only think of the unfamiliar young man. This was because the unfamiliar young man was the only anomaly beside Gu Qingchen. Since there was a change in the situation, it could only be the doing of this unfamiliar young man. How dare you meddle in my Gu clan's business? You're courting death. Gu Songbei clenched his fists and a fierce aura exploded. In the ancestral hall, everyone in the Gu clan had restrained their aura. At this moment, Gu Songbei's aura exploded and revealed a fierce aura. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. Gu Songbei stared at Gu Qingchen and shouted, "You were able to break through to the star vortex realm because of the stranger who came with you, right?" Previously, he had been stared at by Gu Qingchen and felt a little guilty. Now, Gu Songbei was going all out and had made up his mind to snatch the position of the clan leader. The awkwardness in his heart had disappeared. Gu Qingchen stared at Gu Songbei and asked loudly, "Someone left an aura in my dantian so that I would never be able to break through to the star vortex realm. Was this your idea or someone else's?" Gu Songbei coldly snorted and said, "Since you already know, then I'll say it clearly today. The position of the Gu family's patriarch must be taken by me. Even if you don't want to, you have to." The elders of the Gu clan all looked at Gu Songbei. Although they had colluded before, it was under the premise that Gu Songbei had a legitimate reason to do so. Now, Gu Songbei was clearly trying to snatch it. Moreover, it was in front of the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall, causing the elders to be stunned. Chapter 722. Gu Songbei, you have quite the nerve. In front of your dead ancestors, you actually dare to say such disgraceful words. The first elder, Gu Jingyuan, shouted angrily. With a flash, he appeared beside Gu Qingchen. Gu Songbei laughed and said, "I'm the strongest person in the Gu family. All these years, the Gu family has been in good order under my management. Why can't I be the patriarch?" Gu Jinyuan said, "A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. The Gu family is a large family that has been passed down for thousands of years. The reason why it has been prosperous is because it acts according to the family rules. According to the family rules, you, Gu Songbei, are not qualified to be the patriarch. It's already your great fortune to be the acting patriarch for a few years. If you dare to snatch the patriarch's position, you'll be disobeying your ancestors and a traitor to the family." Traitor. Gu Songbei sneered and said, "Those who oppose me are the traitors of the Gu family. Now, I announce that I, Gu Songbei, am the official patriarch of the Gu family. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy." Gu Jinyuan shouted, "You said you're the strongest person in the Gu family, but I don't believe it. If you dare to disobey your ancestors and disrupt the family rules, I'll kill you." The two looked at each other like fighting cocks, and a terrifying aura erupted from them. The elders looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One was the acting patriarch, and the other was the first elder. They were both peak 2-star venerables, and were at the top in terms of strength and power in the family. Now that the two were opposing each other, a life-and-death battle was about to break out. No matter which side they stood on, they would become enemies with the other side. Most of the elders were hesitating. Only a small number of elders stood behind Gu Songbei and Gu Jinyuan. Seeing this, Tang Yu covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "My Tang family is very supportive of Songbei becoming the official patriarch. Moreover, my uncle, Supreme Lord Tang Bin, has come to the Gu family as a guest. Whoever dares to disobey the patriarch, you know what the consequences are." Tang Yu's words were soft, but everyone's expression tightened when they heard it. Supreme Lord Tang Bin was an elder of the Zhaixing Palace, and now he was in the Gu family? After Gu Tsongnan and his wife went missing, the Gu clan did not even have a 3-star supremacy. A mid-level supremacy could suppress the entire Gu clan, let alone supremacy Tang Bin. Tang Yu's gaze swept across the elders as she asked, have you all not made your choice yet? The elders looked at each other with fear in their eyes and walked behind Gutsongbei. 90% of the elders stood on Gutsongbei's side. That's right. A proud smile appeared on Tang Yu's face as she said, with the support of the Tang family, the Gu family will be able to develop even better. The person who stopped Songbei from becoming the head of the family has no concept of the family at all. He only thinks about his own benefits and doesn't think about the family. He really deserves to die. Ha ha ha. Gu Songbei laughed wildly and said, Gu Jinyuan, this family head will now strip you of your position as the first elder. If you surrender, I can still spare your life on account of your contributions to the family. Otherwise, I'll let you die today. As he spoke, Gu Songbei's gaze swept across the elders who stood behind Gu Jinyuan. You all are really not afraid of death. The elders had long regretted it in their hearts. Now that they felt Gu Songbei's killing intent, their hearts trembled as they hurriedly said, We support the head of the family, we support the head of the family. As they spoke, they had already moved to stand behind Gu Songbei. Only Gu Jinyuan was left beside Gu Qingchen. You. Gu Jinyuan was so angry that he trembled. He pointed at Gu Songbei and shouted, How much of the family's benefits did you betray to get the Tang family to work for you? In contrast to Gu Jinyuan's anger, Gu Qingchen's expression was still calm. Yi Xing had already predicted this and told him about it. Gu Qingchen said, Uncle, I'll call you uncle for the last time. Are you blinded by greed and went to the Tang family for the head of the family and betrayed the family's benefits, or were you instigated by others? Or were you forced to? Gu Songbei laughed and said, I'm doing this for the development of the Gu family. What do you, a brat, know? Originally, I wanted to politely get the head of the family position, but I didn't expect you to ruin it at the last moment. If I had known this, why would I have waited for a few years? I would have killed you long ago. Now, what's the use of keeping you alive? Gu Songbei shouted. His killing intent surged as he slapped Gu Qingchen's head with his palm. How dare you? Gu Jinyuan shouted angrily. He was about to stop Gu Songbei when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. It was Tang Yu who had suddenly thrown a flying knife at Gu Jinyuan's head. If this knife hit Gu Jinyuan's head, he would definitely die. Tang Yu was also a 2-star venerable, and her strength was not much inferior to Gu Jinyuan's. It was difficult for Gu Jinyuan to block this flying knife with a sudden sneak attack, let alone Gu Qingchen. Gu Jinyuan's speed exploded to the limit, and he barely dodged the flying knife's attack. At the same time, a shrill scream was heard. The scream came from Gu Songbei's mouth. His palm fell on Gu Qingchen's head, and it was caught by a hand. This hand was like an iron clamp, squeezing Gu Songbei's palm together, and the bones inside were crushed into pieces. What was more frightening was that a scorching strong current came from the hand and invaded Gu Songbei's meridians, making Gu Songbei feel as if his entire arm was being cut by a knife. The owner of this hand, who was standing beside Gu Qingchen, was a young man in black. It was Yi Xing. The people of the Gu family did not know Yi Xing. Looking at this unfamiliar young man, they were all shocked. Gu Songbei was a 2-star venerable, but his palm was so easily caught by the other party. What kind of cultivation did this unfamiliar young man have? Could he be a middle-stage venerable? Who are you? Let me go. Gu Songbei shouted, and there was fear in his eyes. Bang! Yi Xing's strong current exploded in his palm, and Gu Songbei's palm was directly blown into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! Gu Songbei screamed. His entire palm was gone. Even if his injury was healed, he would still be a cripple. Songbei. Tang Yu was shocked. Her figure flashed to Gu Songbei's side, and she looked at Yi Xing with fear. She shouted, Uncle. Lord Tangbin was in the Gu family. However, he did not plan to show himself at the beginning. He only wanted to support Gu Songbei and Tang Yu. After all, interfering with the succession of the family head was not a good reputation. He did not care about what the Gu family thought, but there were many families in the world, and there were many families stronger than the Tang family. If he interfered and broke the rules, it would cause the other families to hate him. Therefore, he did not plan to show himself, and only secretly stayed in the Gu family. Moreover, he did not need to show himself. As long as Tang Yu reported his name as the family head, Gu Songbei would become the family head. Naturally, there would not be many people who would dare to stop him. However, he had to show himself now. Chapter 723. A long howl sounded from the family head's residence. With that howl, a figure rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several miles and appeared above the Gu family's ancestral hall. Tang Bin's cultivation aura erupted. The terrifying aura of a supremacy spread in all directions, forming a huge pressure. Under this pressure, many Gu family martial artists swayed, unable to stand steadily. Who is it? How dare you not give me, supremacy Tang Bin, face? Come out. Tang Bin stood in the sky and shouted. His voice reverberated, deafening the Gu family martial artists. Looking at Tang Bin in the sky, the Gu family martial artists' eyes were filled with fear. The Gu family was only a 2-star inferior family. Compared to them, a 7-star supremacy was too terrifying. As long as a 7-star supremacy wanted to, he could easily wipe out the Gu family. Tang Yu glared fiercely at Yixing and shouted, I don't care who you are or where you've come from. Since you've dared to hurt my husband today, my uncle will tear you to pieces and make sure you die without a proper burial. Yixing looked very young, only 18 or 19 years old. With such a young appearance, even if he was a supremacy, he shouldn't be that old. Such a young supremacy shouldn't have a high cultivation. Although there were many factions in the Starry Crescent land that were stronger than the Xiaofan Palace, Tang Yu didn't believe that Gu Qingchen would know any of them. Therefore, with Tang Bin, a 7-star supremacy, around, although Tang Yu was wary of Yixing, she didn't think much of him. She believed that Yixing would die without a doubt. Yixing glanced coldly at Tang Yu, grabbed Gu Qingchen's arm, and left the Gu family's ancestral hall. Yixing's cultivation aura erupted. He was also a 7-star supremacy. The Xiaofan Palace was a 3-star faction. Even the weakest 3-star faction had a king overseeing it. Yixing had no enmity with the Xiaofan Palace. His goal today was to let Gu Qingchen become the family head. It wasn't good to start a feud with the Xiaofan Palace. Therefore, it was better to scare Tang Bin away. Whether it was Tang Bin or the Gu family martial artists, they were all shocked. They had never imagined that Yixing would be a 7-star supremacy at such a young age. The younger one was, the more potential one had. Yixing was already a 7-star supremacy at such a young age. It was very likely that he would become an 8-star supremacy or even a 9-star supremacy in the future. On the other hand, Tang Bin was already over 100 years old. The reason he had become a 7-star High Lord was because of various fortuitous encounters. He had already reached the peak of his cultivation, and could not make any further progress. Upon seeing that Yixing was also a 7-star supremacy and that he was so young, Tang Bin's aura calmed down a lot. Tang Bin said, Your Excellency is also a 7-star venerable lord, so you're definitely not a nobody. May I know your name and which force you're from? Although his aura had calmed down considerably, Tang Bin's tone was still unyielding. Although he did not have the same potential as the other party, as an elder of the Xiaofan Palace, the Xiaofan Palace behind him was not to be trifled with. More importantly, the Xiaofan Palace was a subordinate force of the Celestial Elephant Palace, which was one of the 7 supreme forces in the Starry Crescent land. Yixing said indifferently, I'm a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. The Dark Moon Palace was one of the 7 supreme forces in the Starry Crescent land. It was on the same level as the Celestial Elephant Palace. Whether it was Tang Bin or the Gu clan cultivators, they were all shocked when they heard Yi Xing say that he was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. The Starry Crescent land was extremely vast, and the 7 fourth-grade forces were high and mighty. It was not easy for cultivators of ordinary forces to meet a disciple of one of the 7 fourth-grade forces. But now, there was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace standing in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Tang Bin looked at Yi Xing, his gaze clearly showing signs of retreat. Although the Zhaixing Palace was the strongest force in the Yuezhou, it could not be compared to the Dark Moon Palace. However, Tang Bin was also somewhat surprised. How could a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace know the Gu clan's young master, Gu Qingchen? Tang Bin cupped his fists and said, "So young master is a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. Sorry for the disrespect. How may I address you?" Yi Xing said, "Yi Yangsheng. The Gu clan's young master, Gu Qingchen, is a good friend of mine. He saved my life before. Whoever dares to covet his position as the clan head is my enemy." Yi Xing had killed the disciples of the Xingxiang Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Sealing Valley in the extraterritorial Starry Crescent land. At that time, the disciples of other sects had seen it. The name Yi Xing might not be safe in the Starry Crescent land, so Yi Xing had used a fake name. Yi Xing's name was Yi Risheng. The sun was Yang, so Yi Yangsheng was Yi Yangsheng. Tang Bin was surprised, but it was only for a moment. What kind of force was the Dark Moon Palace? Tang Bin did not believe that someone would dare to impersonate a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. Especially after seeing Yi Xing's extraordinary bearing, Tang Bin dispelled the suspicion in his heart. He said, "Young Master Yi is right. Gu Qingchen inherits the position as the clan head. My star-plucking palace also supports this. Who dares to covet his position as the clan head? No one dares." Yi Xing waved his hand and said, "You can get lost now." Tang Bin's expression stiffened, but since he believed that Yi Xing was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, Tang Bin naturally did not dare to give him any face. He smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, I will leave now, leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Bin turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Yi Xing's gaze turned towards Gu Zhangbei and Tang Yu. His gaze was casual. However, Gu Zhangbei and Tang Yu felt as if 2 rays of sword light had swept over, and their hearts trembled. At the same time, Gu Zhangbei and Tang Yu knelt on the ground. At this moment, Gu Zhangbei could no longer care about the pain in his hand. There was only fear in his heart as he said, "Young Master Yi, please spare my life. Spare my life." Tang Yu directly kowtowed to Yi Xing and said, "This lowly concubine had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Young Master Yi, please forgive me. Young Master Yi, please forgive me." When Yi Xing announced his identity as a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, even the Star-Plucking Palace's elder Tang Bin was scared witless. Gu Zhangbei and Tang Yu were only 2-star venerables. In front of Yi Xing, they were like ants. If Yi Xing wanted to kill them, he could easily kill them with a raise of his hand. How could they not be scared? This was especially true for Tang Yu. When Tang Bin arrived, she arrogantly threatened Yi Xing, saying that she would crush Yi Xing into smithereens and die without a proper burial. Now, when Tang Yu recalled her words, she wanted to slap her own mouth. Her heart was filled with fear, and she repeatedly kowtowed to Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing looked down on Gu Zhangbei and Tang Yu, he was not the person involved. They were fighting for Gu Qingchen's position as the family head, and the person they wanted to harm was also Gu Qingchen. Yi Xing was only here to help. As for Gu Zhangbei and Tang Yu's life and death, it was up to Gu Qingchen to decide. This was because the one who would remain as the family head was Gu Qingchen, not Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked at Gu Qingchen and said, "Whether they live or die, you decide for yourself. You are now the family head of the Gu family. If you want them to die, just give the order and they will die." Chapter 725. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were the disciples of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley respectively. Among the 7 superpowers of Starry Crescent Land, Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley had the most interactions, and many of their disciples were friends. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were about the same age, 37 or 38 years old. Their cultivation bases were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and there wasn't much of a difference in strength. They were all at the peak of half-step kings, and their personalities were quite similar. Therefore, they decided to come to the Sky Flame Ancient Land to train together. The three's cultivation bases were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and they were only half a step away from breaking through to Star Sea Realm and becoming kings. Their first goal in coming to the Sky Flame Ancient Land was to find the heart-burning fruit. Now, they finally came across a heart-burning fruit tree that was about to ripen. The three were naturally very happy. The three's gazes fell on Yixing, a 7-star reverend. He. Xing Haidong saw through Yixing's cultivation base and smiled disdainfully. He took a step forward and said, "Kid, these 3 heart-burning fruits aren't something you can touch. You can scram." Xian Yi and Feng Qingze also didn't put Yixing in their eyes. Xian Yi happily said, "There are 3 heart-burning fruits on this tree. 1 for me, 1 for Brother Haidong, and 1 for Brother Qingze." Huh. Feng Qingze smiled and nodded. Yixing recognized their origins from their attire. Yixing had killed many disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley in the Outer Realm Star Continent, so he naturally recognized the insignia of these 3 sections. Yixing didn't want to attract trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. The heart-burning fruit was very useful to him. He was the one who discovered it first and waited here for it to ripen. But now, he had to leave with his tail between his legs. This was something Yixing couldn't do. Although Yixing's divine dragon essence blood had been exhausted, and he had lost a powerful trump card, as long as he didn't encounter a Star Sea Realm king, he didn't fear any martial artist below the Star Sea Realm. These 3 were all half-step kings. Even if they were the peak half-step kings, Yixing didn't put them in his eyes. Yixing's expression was calm. His gaze swept across the 3 of them and he said, "This place. I came here first." Xian Yi and Feng Qingze looked at each other with a smirk. Xing Haidong glared at him and shouted, "I told you to get lost." Yixing was only a 7-star supremacy, while the 3 of them were half-step enlightened masters. Naturally, they did not think much of Yixing. Not only that, all 3 of them were disciples of the 7 strongest forces. Even if Yixing was also a disciple of one of the 7 strongest forces, the 3 of them were certain that he wasn't from the Astral Elephant Palace, Mystic Moon Hall, or Devil Ceiling Valley. Yixing's gaze turned cold. The pimp was right. Astral Elephant Palace's martial artists were indeed the most domineering. Although the 3 of them didn't think much of him, this Astral Elephant Palace's disciple was the most arrogant. Yixing looked at Xing Haidong with disdain and snorted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me?" Xian Yi laughed strangely and said, "This kid is quite arrogant. Brother Haidong, it seems like he doesn't think much of your Astral Elephant Palace." Xing Haidong was furious. His killing intent soared as he looked at Yixing. He shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, Xing Haidong suddenly attacked. He slapped his palm towards Yixing's head. If this palm landed, Yixing's head would definitely explode. Yixing's expression was cold as he punched out. The momentum of fire circulated, and his fist burned with terrifying might. Boom! Fist and palm collided. There was a loud explosion. Yixing's figure was like a mountain, and he didn't retreat even half a step. Xing Haidong, on the other hand, was startled and took several steps back. Xian Yi and Feng Qingze were shocked. They never thought that a 7-star supremacy would have such strength. The two of them looked at each other and revealed vigilant looks. They erupted with terrifying auras that locked onto Yixing. Although the two of them didn't attack, as long as Xing Haidong couldn't win, the two of them would definitely attack Yixing. After Xing Haidong's shock, he was furious. His strength was outstanding among martial artists of the same level. Few could contend with him. Today, he was actually forced to retreat by a 7-star supremacy. In his opinion, this was simply a great humiliation. Whoosh! Xing Haidong immediately used his astrology. It was an extremely high-grade water astrology. As the water astrology fell, Xing Haidong's strength soared. Whoosh! At the same time, Yixing also used his flame astrology. In the heavenly flame ancient land, the most abundant energy in the world was fire origin energy. The flame astrology complemented the nearby flames, and its power covered the sky. Compared to the two, Yixing's aura firmly suppressed Xing Haidong. Sweeping through the ages. Xing Haidong let out a furious roar and used his ultimate move. Surging water yuan qi gathered in his palm and struck towards Yixing. In an instant, the water origin energy rushed over like a wave, wanting to sweep away everything in front of it. The dark crow bow instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. Facing this powerful palm, Yixing drew with the bow. Dark origin energy gathered and formed a dark vortex. Xing Haidong's palm was completely turned into nothingness. Bang! At the same time, Yixing gently pulled the dark crow bow and released it instantly. A wave of starlight suddenly shot out. The starlight wave was as fast as light and rushed in front of Xing Haidong in an instant. The sharp aura made Xing Haidong shudder. He was shocked and quickly used astral energy to protect his body. At the same time, he quickly retreated. When Xian Yi and Feng Qingze saw this, they were shocked. At the same time, they attacked. Xian Yi pointed out a pitch-black astral finger. Feng Qingze formed a seal with both hands, forming a powerful sealing force that shrouded Yixing Nine Heavens astral travel technique. Yixing quickly retreated. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a black vortex. He had used the black hole astrology. The dark world instantly descended and the three opponents were plunged into darkness. Yixing avoided the pincer attack of Xian Yi and Feng Qingze. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 beams of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing used the Sagittarius astrology and pulled the dark crow bow. Xian Yi and Feng Qingze also used their astrology. One was an extreme shadow astrology, and the other was an extreme earth astrology. The light of these two astrology was not strong and could not reach the darkness caused by the black hole astrology. Oh no! Come to me, Xian Yi exclaimed. Although his shadow astrology could not dispel the darkness of the black hole astrology, the darkness could not block his vision. Feng Qingze and Xing Haidong rushed to Xian Yi. Whoosh! At this moment, a starlight arrow shot out. Yixing's eyes were filled with killing intent. The starlight arrow changed direction in the void and locked on to Xing Haidong's throat. Xian Yi immediately used astral energy to inform Xing Haidong of the change in the arrow. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the arrow. In the darkness, Xing Haidong's transformation was not as good as usual. He could not block the attack of the starlight arrow. However, the arrow was hit by Xian Yi's finger. It was slightly deflected and shot into Xing Haidong's shoulder. Ah! Xing Haidong screamed. Chapter 726. Xian Yi and Feng Qingze immediately rushed in front of Xing Haidong. With one on the left and one on the right, they grabbed Xing Haidong and rushed into the sea of flames. Whoosh! The black profound bow let out a loud sound, and a resplendent beam of light shot out. Another starlight arrow shot toward the three. Yixing's strength erupted. He could even contend against a 1-star king. How terrifying was the power of the starlight arrow! Just its aura alone caused the three's hearts to tremble. However, the three's strength was also extraordinary. They were all peak half-step kings. If they joined hands, they could barely contend against a one-star king. Now, the three had gathered together. Moreover, Xian Yi wasn't affected by the world of darkness. Under his command, the three used their full strength to block the second arrow. Then, the three's figures flashed out of the world of darkness like lightning. Their hearts were filled with fear. They had never seen or even heard of such a powerful seven-star venerable lord. Even the Big Dipper sword sect's monstrous sword genius Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't have such strength when he was a seven-star venerable lord, right? The three inwardly thought, incomparably shocked. The heart-burning fruit was about to ripen. Yixing withdrew his astral projection and didn't chase after the three. The three had been taught a lesson and probably wouldn't come again. Moreover, with the three of them joining hands, it wouldn't be easy for Yixing to kill them. Yixing continued to wait beside the heart-burning fruit tree. After another 2 hours, the 3 heart-burning fruits had finally ripened and emitted an enchanting fragrance. Yixing plucked the 3 heart-burning fruits and left the tree. The flames on the heart-burning fruits disappeared, revealing 3 scarlet fruits. Yixing placed them in a medicine box and stored them in his spatial ring. Then, Yixing continued to advance into the depths of the heavenly flame ancient land. The deeper he went, the hotter the flames became. Yixing could feel them. Yixing used his fire aura to control the surrounding fire yuan qi. Some of the flames that were fatal to low-step kings were completely blocked by Yixing. When Yixing also felt the scorching heat under the protection of the grand momentum of fire, he knew that the flames he was in had already reached a level that could burn a mid-step king. This was already the limit of how deep he could go into the heavenly flame ancient land. It's here. Yixing stopped in his tracks, activating the already active star fire seed in his dantian. Suck. The star flame seed suddenly produced a huge suction force, like a whale sucking in water. The pure flame energy in the flames around Yixing gathered towards Yixing's body and was absorbed by the star flame seed. Black hole astrology. At the same time, Yixing also used the black hole astral form. A massive black vortex hung high in the sky and slowly rotated, producing a massive devouring power that devoured the fire essence in the surrounding flames. The stellar fire seed absorbed the fire essence to increase the fire seed's grade. The black hole astral form devoured the fire essence to increase the fire astral form's power. A large amount of fire essence was devoured by the black hole astral form into the space between his eyebrows. Yixing's fire astral form gradually grew stronger. Whether it was increasing the star flame seed's grade or the fire astral form's power, both were processes that required a long time of accumulation. Yixing sat quietly in the sea of flames, calmly guarding his heart. He was constantly absorbing the fire essence. Time slowly passed. Half a month later, the star flame seed suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, its power explosively increasing. In the blink of an eye, this aura calmed down, and the star flame seed stopped absorbing the fire essence. Yixing inspected the star flame seed and found that it had indeed made a qualitative breakthrough. It seemed that the surrounding flames were no longer of any use to it. If he wanted it to continue increasing its grade, he would have to absorb foreign flames that could threaten quasi-gods. Yixing rejoiced at the star flame seed's breakthrough. This would be enough to refine the death qi in the medial grade profound grade corpse jades. The black hole astral form above Yixing had already dissipated a few days ago. Yixing's fire astral form had already been strengthened to its limit and could no longer be improved. The flames here could not help it break through to the sage grade. Yixing stood up and walked through the flames. With the star flame seed protecting him, the surrounding flames could no longer harm him. Xiaochen walked through the flames and arrived at a valley that was not covered by flames. He found a flat area and sat down. With a wave of his hand, he took out the medial-grade profound-grade corpse jades. Even kings would find it difficult to enter the depths of the heavenly flame ancient land. These flames were a natural barrier. Yixing refined the death qi in the corpse jades here and suddenly made a breakthrough. Yixing drove the star flame seed and separated a strand of fire. He injected it into the corpse jades and carefully burned the death qi in the corpse jades. Before long, the death qi in the corpse jades had been burned clean. Yixing then picked up the second one. After all the death qi in the corpse jades had been cleansed, Yixing put away the star flame seed. Looking at the corpse jades before him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. These corpse jades could be directly refined and absorbed, allowing one's cultivation to break through. They could be called priceless treasures. Yixing put away the profound grade 4 corpse jades. He was currently at the 7th level of the astral reaching realm. He would need profound grade 5 corpse jades at the very least to be useful for his cultivation. One after another, Xian rank 5th grade corpse jades were refined by Yixing. Yixing's cultivation rose rapidly. Speaking of which, profound grade 6 corpse jades were the best for Yixing's cultivation. However, once Yixing broke through to the 8th star Reverend Lord realm, profound grade 5 corpse jades would have no effect on him. Therefore, although it was a bit wasteful to use profound grade 5 corpse jades for cultivation, he couldn't care less about it. Raising his cultivation was the most important thing. In any case, Yixing had a lot of profound grade 5 corpse jades. As for the profound grade 6 corpse jades, he would save them for when he broke through to the 8th star Reverend Lord realm. 10 days later, Yixing refined 7 profound grade 5 corpse jades, and his cultivation broke through to the 8th level of the astral reaching realm. Yixing continued to refine the profound grade 6 corpse jades. After another 10 days, Yixing refined 7 profound grade 6 corpse jades, and his cultivation had already stabilized to the peak of the 8th level of the astral reaching realm. There was only 1 profound grade 6 corpse jade left in his hand. Yixing gritted his teeth and took out the last one. If these corpse jades were to be sold, each one would fetch a sky-high price. However, Yixing understood that personal cultivation was the most important thing. As long as he could make a breakthrough, it would be worth it no matter how many corpse jades he used. One day later, a surging aura erupted from Yixing's body. The heavens didn't disappoint the faithful. After refining all 8 profound grade 6 corpse jades, Yixing's cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of the astral reaching realm. The 9th star Reverend Lord realm was already the highest realm of the astral reaching realm. What he needed to do next was to consolidate his cultivation, and then charge towards the astral sea realm. Breaking through to the 9th star Reverend Lord realm at the age of 23, Yixing's face was full of excitement. Chapter 727. After staying in the heavenly flame ancient land for more than a month, Yixing had not only strengthened his fire astrology, but his star fire seed had also improved by a grade. His comprehension of the grand momentum of fire had also improved greatly. Yixing decided to continue comprehending the grand momentum of fire in the heavenly flame ancient land. He wanted to comprehend the grand momentum of fire to perfection in one go. In just half a month, Yixing had achieved his goal. Among the 3 grand momentums of heaven and earth, the grand momentum of fire was the first to reach perfection. The grand momentum of fire had reached perfection. This allowed Yixing to become more familiar with controlling flames. He could draw on more fire yuan qi and his strength had increased significantly. The heavenly flame ancient land was not suitable for cultivating the grand power of wind and the grand power of darkness. Without a suitable place to cultivate them, although they were only one step away from consummation, it would not be easy. It would be hard to make a breakthrough within a short time. Yixing left the heavenly flame ancient land and headed to Governor Yu's Gu clan in Azure City. Next, he was prepared to head to the Big Dipper sword sect to look for Feng Xiaoxiao. He would pass by Evergreen City. He had left the Gu clan for 2 months and could take a look at how Gu Qingchen was handling the Gu clan after becoming the clan master. After leaving the Gu clan, Yixing flew rapidly. After a few hours, he arrived at Evergreen City. Yixing flew directly above the Gu clan and landed on the square in front of the clan master's residence. "Who is it?" Seeing Yixing descend from the sky, a guard ran over. Among the Gu clan, only the upper echelons had seen Yixing in the ancestral hall. The rest of the people had seen Yixing before and did not recognize him. Yixing said, "I am here to see your clan master, Gu Qingchen." The guard looked at Yixing strangely and said, "The clan master of the Gu clan is called Gu Songbei." "Young master, you have found the wrong person. Gu Qingchen is no longer the clan master." Yixing's expression changed. Gu Songbei had become the clan master again? Then what had happened in the Gu clan in the 2 months that he had been away? Whoosh, Yixing didn't speak anymore. His body flashed like a phantom, and he entered the family head's mansion in front. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu were currently taking a stroll in the backyard with proud smiles on their faces. The two of them originally thought that they wouldn't have any status in the Gu family for the rest of their lives and could only lower their heads. However, they didn't expect that luck would come and they couldn't stop it. Gu Qingchen had only become the family head for a month before he met with a calamity, and the position of the family head landed on Gu Songbei. Gu Qingchen has been taken to Xiaofan Palace. Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang have been killed. From now on, no one can shake my position. Huh. Gu Songbei was elated and refreshed. Although one of his hands was crippled, it didn't affect his mood at all. Gu, Song, North. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind Gu Songbei. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu were both shocked. The voice came from behind them, but they had no idea that there was someone behind them. They were both 2-star venerables. The person who had come was able to approach them silently. It was obvious that his cultivation was much higher than theirs. The two of them immediately turned around. When they saw Yixing, they were shocked and instinctively felt fear in their hearts. Yi Yangsheng. Gu Songbei's voice trembled. Yixing looked coldly at the two of them and said, "I told you before that if you dare to covet the position of the family head again, you will definitely die. It seems that you have completely ignored my words." Gu Songbei immediately shook his head like a rattle drum and said, "No. No, because Gu Qingchen was taken away by Xiaofan Palace, the Gu family no longer has a family head. The elders elected me as the family head. I didn't covet the position of the family head." Yixing's gaze was like a sword as he said, "Why did Xiaofan Palace take Gu Qingchen away?" Gu Songbei said, "Disciples of Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley came together with the experts of Xiaofan Palace. Yi Yangsheng, you pretended to be a disciple of Dark Moon Palace. They were very angry and took Gu Qingchen away. They also wanted me to tell you that if you are looking for Gu Qingchen, go to Xiaofan Palace." Yixing immediately clenched his fists. The aura in his body was like ignited gunpowder, about to explode. Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley again. Killing intent exploded in Yixing's heart. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu felt the terrifying aura from Yixing. Their expressions were filled with fear as they retreated. Gu Songbei said, "This has nothing to do with me. Yi Yangsheng, if you want to find Gu Qingchen, go to Xiaofan Palace. Don't take your anger out on the Gu family." Yixing stared coldly at Gu Songbei and shouted, "Is it really none of your business?" As soon as he said that, 2 green vortexes suddenly appeared in Yixing's eyes. Although the Eye of Clear Cloud was only a top-grade spiritual eye technique, Yixing was now a 9th-star supremacy. His mental energy was not weaker than a king's. Naturally, he could use the Eye of Clear Cloud to deal with Gu Songbei. A layer of mist instantly appeared in Gu Songbei's eyes. It quickly turned into 2 vortexes. It was Supremacy Tang Bin who supported me to become the head of the Gu family. Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang opposed, so I ordered them to be killed. Gu Qingshan has been captured and taken to the Zhaixing Palace. He will definitely die. Yi Yangsheng has also gone to the Zhaixing Palace. Only death awaits him. From today onwards, the Gu family will listen to the orders of me, Gu Cangbei. My position as the head of the family was supported by the Tang family. In the future, I will take out half of the Gu family's annual harvest as a tribute to the Tang family. Any major matters in the family will be decided by my wife, Tang Yu. Tang Yu stood at the side and looked at the dazed Gu Cangbei. Her eyes were filled with fear. Gu Cangbei had already said all this. How could he still be alive? Whoosh, Tang Yu's figure flashed and she immediately escaped. Yixing snorted and waved his hand. Astral energy shot out and turned into an arrow. It instantly caught up with Tang Yu and killed her with one arrow. At this moment, Gu Cangbei was still in a daze. Yixing used his hand as a knife and swept it out. The astral energy was like a blade and cut off Gu Cangbei's head. This adulterous pair had both died. Zhaixing Palace, Tang Bin, and the disciples of Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Yin Palace, and Star Elephant Palace. Since you want me to go to Zhaixing Palace, fine. Just you wait. Yixing's eyes revealed a dangerous aura as he murmured. His body suddenly shot up into the sky and flew in the direction of Zhaixing Palace. Zhaixing Palace was the #1 sect in Yuezhou. It was a 3-star force. Among the 3-star forces, Zhaixing Palace was the weakest. They only had one 1-star king. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. The king of Zhaixing Palace was only 600 years old. He could live for another 300 years. As long as this king did not die, Zhaixing Palace could be classified as a 3-star force. If it was a powerful 3-star force, Yixing could not afford to provoke it. However, a 3-star force with only one 1-star king was not a threat to Yixing. Although he no longer had the divine dragon blood essence in his body, he was now a 9th-star venerable lord. Compared to when he was a 7th-star venerable lord, he was many times stronger. When he was a 7th-star venerable lord, Yixing could fight against a 1-star king without using the divine dragon blood essence. Now, Yixing naturally did not care about a 1-star king. Chapter 728. Yixing was still a few hundred miles away from the Zhaixing Palace when he used the dark momentum to hide his tracks. This was his first time here. Although he did not think much of the Zhaixing Palace's ruler, he would not barge in recklessly. After all, the Zhaixing Palace was a 3-star faction. If the faction had a level 5 formation, Yixing would not be able to handle it. Sneaking outside the Zhaixing Palace, Yixing scanned the place with his super brain. He was overjoyed to find out that the Zhaixing Palace's formation was only a level 4-1. It seemed that the Zhaixing Palace was indeed a weak 3-star faction. They did not even have a level 5 formation. This meant that Yixing had nothing to fear. However, Yixing still did not show himself. Even though the Zhaixing Palace was nothing to worry about, the Zhaixing Palace was a subordinate force of the Celestial Elephant Palace. If the Zhaixing Palace encountered danger that they could not handle, the Celestial Elephant Palace would most likely send reinforcements. Therefore, Yixing still had to destroy the Zhaixing Palace's teleportation array. This way, the Astral Elephant Palace's martial artists would not be able to reach the Zhaixing Palace directly. It wouldn't be a problem for Yixing to create havoc here. At the entrance of the Zhaixing Palace, 2 exalted masters stood guard on the left and right. At this moment, a Zhaixing Palace disciple came out. The formation was opened. After the Zhaixing Palace disciple left, the formation began to close again. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The guard on the left rubbed his neck. Where did this wind come from? It's so sudden. The guard on the right glanced at him. "Why do you care?" In that instant, Yixing took advantage of the opening of the formation and rushed in. Although the two guards were exalted masters in the astral realm, Yixing was too fast for them to notice. Yixing hid his tracks and looked into the distance. Using his super brain, he scanned the layout of the Xiaoxing Palace and found the location of the teleportation formation. The Xiaoxing Palace's teleportation formation was a level 5 formation. It could send people millions of miles away. The teleportation formation could only allow people to travel through the void. Be it level 4 or level 5 teleportation arrays, they did not have a strong defense. Even an enlightened being would be able to destroy them. Yixing appeared in the distance, took out the black crow bow, and aimed at the teleportation array. The place where Yixing had appeared was rather remote. Naturally, the martial practitioners of Star-Picking Palace did not discover him. In the next instant, a brilliant arrow of starlight shot out. Boom! The starlight arrow accurately struck the level 5 teleportation array, creating a loud explosion that shook the ground. The teleportation array was shattered into pieces by this arrow. The sudden explosion caused all the Star-Plucking Palace martial artists to be flabbergasted. In the Star-Plucking Hall, the palace master of the Star-Plucking Palace and the other elders were entertaining 3 esteemed guests from the Star Elephant Palace, the Dark-Een Palace, and the Devil Ceiling Valley. If Yixing were here, he would definitely recognize these 3 honored guests. They were the 3 people he had met in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. More than a month ago, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had come out of the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. In the end, they had not found the ripe heart-burning fruit and had been very unhappy. After leaving the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, Xing Haidong had brought Xian Yi and Feng Qingze to Star-Plucking Palace to rest temporarily. The Star-Plucking Palace naturally treated the 3 of them like they were their ancestors. One day, when they were hosting a banquet for the 3 of them, Tangbin told Xian Yi, a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, that he had met a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace in the Gu family. A young 7-star supremacy can't be a nobody in my Dark-Een Palace. However, I have never heard of Yi Yangsheng. It's obvious that this person is not a disciple of the Dark-Een Palace, but an impostor, Xian Yi had said at the time. Tangbin was furious when he heard this. The reason he had acted subservient in front of Yixing was not because he was afraid of Yixing. As a 7-star supremacy, why would he be afraid of Yixing? What he was truly afraid of was the Dark-Een Palace. Only now did Tangbin realize that the Dark-Een Palace disciple he had been afraid of was an impostor. How could he not be furious? He immediately exaggerated Yixing's story in front of Xian Yi, saying that Yixing had relied on the reputation of the Dark-Een Palace to strut around and act arrogantly. Tangbin's words successfully aroused Xian Yi's hostility. The 3 of them had come from the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, so they were all furious. Naturally, they wanted to deal with the impostor Yixing. How dare he impersonate a disciple of the Dark-Een Palace? Brother Xian Yi, let's go together and skin him alive. The most arrogant and despotic Xing Donghai was the first to suggest that they go to the Gu family to cause trouble for Yixing. Thus, Xing Donghai led the 3 of them to the Gu family. At that time, Yixing had already left. The 3 of them stayed at the Gu family for a few days, but Yixing showed no signs of returning. Thus, they captured Gu Qingchen and brought him to Star-Plucking Palace. They also passed down a message that if Yixing returned and wanted to find Gu Qingchen, he could go to Star-Plucking Palace. In these few days, Gu Songbei, with Tangbin's support, became the family head once again and killed Gu Jinyang and Gu Jinyuan. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, causing the earth to tremble. Everyone in the Star-Plucking Palace was startled and rushed out of the palace. At this moment, Yixing had already flown into the sky and swept his gaze around. Seeing a large group of high-level astral-reaching realm venerables rushing out of the palace, he turned his gaze and roared, "Where is Gu Qingchen? Hand him over, or I'll destroy your Star-Plucking Palace today." He had searched for Gu Qingchen a moment ago, but didn't find him. The star-plucking palace covered a large area. If Yi Xing had to search for him bit by bit, he would have wasted a lot of time. Naturally, it would be faster to make them hand him over. As soon as Yi Xing's voice fell, his expression changed slightly. He saw Xing Donghai, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze. Xing Donghai, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze's expressions changed greatly. They had never imagined that the person pretending to be a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace was actually Yi Xing. The star-plucking palace master was also a half-step king. He didn't know that Xing Donghai, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had suffered at the hands of Yi Xing. What big guts! Do you think you can destroy the star-plucking palace just because you want to? If you want Gu Qingchen, if you kneel down and beg, I might let you meet him. As soon as Tang Bin saw Yi Xing, the anger in his heart finally found a place to vent. He roared, "Yi Yongsheng, you dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace and deceive me? Today, I'll tear you to shreds." Tang Bin originally wanted to say that he would tear Yi Xing into pieces, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. You're actually a 9th-star venerable lord?" Tang Bin pointed at Yi Xing, his voice filled with astonishment. Only now did he realize that Yi Xing was no longer a 7th-star venerable lord. Tang Bin naturally didn't believe that Yi Xing could break through from a 7th-star venerable lord to a 9th-star venerable lord in 2 months. Therefore, he believed that Yi Xing had concealed his cultivation base in the Gu clan. When he thought about how Yi Xing had been a 9th-star venerable lord back in the Gu clan, killing a 7th-star venerable lord like him would be as easy as flipping his hand. Tang Bin felt a lingering fear. The other party was a 9th-star venerable lord. How would Tang Bin dare to say anything more? Would he rush up and tear Yi Xing into pieces? If he rushed up, he would probably be torn into pieces within a breath's time. Chapter 729. After being reminded by Tang Bin, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze also noticed that Yi Xing's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. This made the three feel relieved. No wonder he's so powerful. It turns out that he's a 9th-star venerable lord. He deliberately hid his cultivation in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. Bastard! After leaving the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, the three felt a lingering fear in their hearts. A 7th-star venerable lord's strength had simply broken the record of the Starry Crescent continent. It was too heaven-defying and unbelievable. The three thought that Yi Xing had concealed his cultivation and deceived them. They were furious. However, they didn't think that even if Yi Xing was a 9th-star venerable lord, would the three of them put Yi Xing in their eyes? Absolutely not. The three of them were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and their strength was at the peak of half-step king realm. Unless they were facing a king, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone below the king realm. Therefore, even if Yi Xing was a 9th-star venerable lord, they would still arrogantly tell Yi Xing to scram and snatch the heart-burning fruit. The three of them had deeply experienced Yi Xing's strength in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. Xing Haidong had almost died in Yi Xing's hands, so he was very afraid of Yi Xing. Palace head Chen, quickly ask your sex-old ancestor to come out of seclusion. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze simultaneously transmitted their voices to Chen Nan, the palace master of the Zhaixing Palace. The palace head's expression froze. Even if Yi Xing was a 9th-star venerable lord, he didn't put him in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the three half-step kings, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, would transmit their voices at the same time, asking him to ask his sex-old ancestor, who was also the only king of the palace, star-plucking king. Three young masters, do you recognize this person? The palace head asked. Still asking. Ask my ass. The three cursed in their hearts. Xing Haidong roared, quickly ask star-plucking king, or we'll all be dead. On the other side, Yi Xing had already taken out the black bow. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he said, it doesn't matter who you invite. Today, all three of you will die. Back in the heavenly flame ancient land, Yixing had only been a 7-star supremacy. If he encountered a king realm expert, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, when Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had fled, Yixing hadn't pursued them. After all, if he provoked a king realm expert, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But now, the situation was different. Yixing was a 9th-star Exalt Lord, so he didn't fear ordinary kings at all. Moreover, if he was determined to flee, then even a mid-rank king might not be able to kill him. What's more, Yixing would set out for the Big Dipper sword sect after leaving Star Plucking Palace. At that time, how could Star Elephant Palace, Dark Een Palace, or Devil Ceiling Valley do anything to him? Therefore, if he encountered Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze again, whether it was because of the enmity in the heavenly flame ancient land or because of Gu Qingchen's hatred, he would kill them. Pulling back the black bow, a starlight arrow instantly condensed and locked onto Xing Haidong. Xing Haidong's hair stood on end as his heart jumped. Although Yixing hadn't used his astrology, as a half-step king, his senses were extremely sharp. He immediately sensed that the danger he was facing now was more than 10 times greater than when he was in the heavenly flame ancient land. At that time, could he really be a 7-star supremacy? This thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind. Die! As this thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind, Yixing coldly shouted. Whoosh! The starlight arrow immediately left the bowstring, carrying a faint layer of flames. This was the great circle of fire aura. Although it didn't seem like much, its quality was extremely high, and its might was extremely terrifying. Save me! Xing Haidong screamed, his expression turning into one of fright as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, his astrology soared into the sky as he circulated his astral energy. Xing Haidong's strength erupted to the limit as he sent out 2 palms. The people of the Star Plucking Palace couldn't react in time. Who would have thought that Yixing would dare to take the initiative in the face of so many experts? Only Xian Yi and Feng Qingze knew how terrifying Yixing was. Seeing Yixing draw his bow, they knew that Yixing was really going to make a move. The two of them simultaneously attacked Yixing. Xing Haidong defended with all his strength while Xian Yi and Feng Qingze attacked Yixing. The three of them attacked and defended. Logically speaking, Yixing was only a 9-star supremacy and shouldn't be a match for them. However, the result was, Xing Haidong's astral palm was instantly pierced through by the starlight arrow. Then, the starlight arrow's momentum didn't decrease as it flashed like a shooting star and shot into Xing Haidong's head. Peng! Xing Haidong's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist. He died instantly. At this time, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks had already reached Yixing. They saw Yixing use his bow as a weapon and sweep it out. The black bow carried with it a terrifying flame aura. The power of a sweep was like a landslide, instantly shattering Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks. This attack, which was enough to sweep away ordinary half-step kings, was easily destroyed by Yixing's attack. The hearts of the Star Plucking Palace martial artists fiercely skipped a beat. Especially the upper echelons of the Star Plucking Palace, their expressions changed greatly. Xing Haidong was a disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace. Dying in the Star Plucking Palace was definitely a disaster. It's over, it's over. The Star Plucking Palace master's face was pale as if the sky had been trampled on. If the Celestial Elephant Palace blamed him, the Star Plucking Palace wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of the Celestial Elephant Palace. On the side, the 7-star supremacy Tang Bin was so frightened that his legs were trembling. He never imagined that he would provoke such a terrifying existence. Whoosh! At this time, Yixing drew his bow again and shot out a second arrow. This time, his target was the Dark Moon Palace disciple, Xian Yi. Only when Yixing easily dispelled Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks did they realize that Yixing's strength was much, much stronger than when they had met him in the Sky Flame Ancient Land. Clearly, Yixing hadn't hidden his cultivation base in the Sky Flame ancient land. Back then, he was indeed a 7-star supremacy. Now, Yixing was already a 9-star supremacy. His strength was naturally more than 10 times stronger. By the time the two understood, it was already too late. Yixing's starlight arrow wasn't something they could block. Peng, Xian Ye's blocking and dodging were futile. Like Xing Haidong, his head was struck and exploded into a bloody mist. He died. You weren't hiding your cultivation base? Feng Qing's expression was horrified as he flew toward the entrance of the star-plucking palace. Whoosh, Yixing shot out another arrow. Before Feng Qing's could reach the entrance, his head was blown apart. He followed Xing Haidong and Xian Ye's footsteps to the Yellow Springs Road. In just 3 breaths of time, 3 half-step kings from the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley were all killed by Yixing's arrows. The warriors of the Star-Plucking Palace looked at Yixing with fear and trepidation. The Star-Plucking Palace master glanced at Tang Bin, wishing he could strangle him to death. What kind of disaster had he brought to the Star-Plucking Palace? Chapter 730. The palace master's heart was bleeding. The disciples of the 3 superpowers had died in the Xiaoxing Palace. If the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Yin Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley wanted to punish him, he would die 10,000 times. At this moment, the only hope the palace master of the Star-Plucking Palace had was the old ancestor of the Star-Plucking Palace, the Star-Plucking King. If the Star-Plucking King was able to capture Yixing, he would be able to answer to the 3 great sections. Otherwise, even if Yixing did not destroy the Xiaoxing Palace, the Xiaoxing Palace would still face a great disaster. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from a mountain peak in the distance. The might of a king swept over in a mighty manner. The Xiaoxing King finally received the palace master's message and came out of closed-door cultivation. An old man in green immediately flew into the sky. He stepped in the air and covered 10 miles with each step. In just a breath, he appeared above the Xiaoxing Palace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Xiaoxing Palace? The Xiaoxing King roared furiously, his voice rippling like waves. Although Xing Haidong and the other 2 had asked the palace master to ask the Xiaoxing King to come out of closed-door cultivation, the palace master was confused at that time. He did not know how terrifying Yixing was. Later, Yixing shot Xing Haidong's head with an arrow. Only then did the Xiaoxing Palace realize how terrifying an enemy Yixing was. They quickly asked the Xiaoxing King for help through the speed communication pearl. The Xiaoxing King saw the message and came out of closed-door cultivation in just 2 breaths. However, in just 2 breaths, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze were killed by Yixing's arrow. The Xiaoxing King only received the palace master's message for help. He did not know that Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had all died. Therefore, he was still calm. Ancestor, we're in big trouble, big trouble. Young Master Xing, Young Master Xian, and Young Master Feng were all killed by Yi Yangsheng. The Xiaoxing Palace is in big trouble. The Xiaoxing Palace master immediately came to the Xiaoxing King's side and wailed. The Xiaoxing King's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "What?" Even though he was a king, he still felt like the world was spinning around him. In the Star-Plucking Palace, he was the supreme ancestor, the only king. However, in front of the 3 behemoths of the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Devil Ceiling Valley, he, as a 1-star king, was nothing but a fart. Even Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were already half-step kings at such a young age. In the future, they would most likely become kings, and their status would be above his. Now, all 3 of them had died in the Star-Plucking Palace. The Star-Plucking Palace master was right. The Star-Plucking Palace was in deep trouble. King Xiaoxing was so angry that his body was trembling. His gaze landed on Yixing, and it was as sharp as a knife. You actually dared to kill them?" Yixing held the dark crow bow in his hand. Facing the star-plucking monarch's king's pressure, Yixing felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Yixing said coldly, "So what if I killed them? If they don't hand her over, I'll continue to kill them until they hand her over." "You're courting death." King Zhaixing was furious. With a roar, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yixing. His palms blossomed with resplendent radiance as he slapped towards Yixing King Zhaixing's famous martial skill, star-plucking hand. Once used, his two hands would be as tough as Xian weapons, containing terrifying might. It could even break Xian weapons easily. Yixing clenched his right hand into a fist in the face of star-plucking King's attack. A faint layer of flames enveloped his fist as he punched out. King Zhaixing snorted coldly in his heart. A ninth-star venerable lord dared to face him head-on. He was truly courting death. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a loud explosion resounded. Terrifying chi waves spread out in all directions, instantly spreading out to 1,000 meters away. In King Zhaixing's eyes, a mere ninth-star venerable lord would be able to shatter his fist and send him flying with a single palm. However, Yixing did not even take half a step back in the midst of the terrifying chi waves. His small body was like a mountain, and he did not budge in the slightest. As for King Zhaixing, he felt pain in his palm, and a scorching sensation spread out, as if he was being burned by fire. King Zhaixing was shocked. How powerful was the astral defense of a king? How could ordinary flames hurt it? Not to mention, it was even harder to injure him when he used star-plucking hand. Yet, he actually felt scorching pain. How terrifying was the flame in Yixing's hand? Whoosh! King Zhaixing's figure retreated rapidly, and he instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. "You're just a mere ninth-star venerable lord, yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection? How is this possible?" King Zhaixing looked at Yixing with disbelief in his eyes. Even among mid-step kings, there weren't many who could comprehend the grand momentum of heaven and earth to perfection. King Zhaixing was a one-star king, but his comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was only at the initial stage king level, which was still far from perfection. However, Yixing was only a ninth-star venerable lord, yet he had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This truly shocked King Zhaixing. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to attack, and he said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand over the people, I'll turn the Zhaixing palace into a river of blood." Gu Qingqian's incident happened a month ago, and King Zhaixing knew about it. He knew who Yixing was here for. Yixing was so powerful. If he didn't kill Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, King Zhaixing would definitely hand them over. However, Zhaixing Palace had to give Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley an explanation for their deaths. Therefore, King Zhaixing naturally wouldn't let Yixing go. "You're just a ninth-star venerable lord, yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This is indeed shocking, and simply unheard of, but..." King Zhaixing looked at Yixing, and his tone suddenly changed. "The strength of a king is more terrifying than you think. Do you really think I can't kill you?" Whoosh! As he spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used the star image. A yellow star floated in the sky. It was an extreme earth element star image. Surging star power poured down, and frightening earth element chi converged. King Zhaixing's strength rose sharply. King Zhaixing could not only draw in the heaven and earth yuan chi, but more importantly, he could draw it into his body to strengthen it. His control over the heaven and earth yuan chi was far from what venerables could compare to. King Zhaixing's palms blossomed with light once again. He had used the star-picking hand, and its might had risen several times compared to before. He was full of confidence. Even if Yixing had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection, he was only at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. King Zhaixing had enough power to resist. "You're really courting death?" Yixing roared. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. He had also used the star image. A flaming star floated in the sky. Surging star power poured down, causing Yixing's might to rise sharply. The fire element qi between heaven and earth converged. Yixing's body burned with visible ethereal fire. He was like a fire god, emitting a frightening aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Yixing's star image and his comprehension of the grand momentum of fire complemented each other. Their might had multiplied, and their strength had also risen sharply. "Brothers, please don't waste your monthly tickets. There are only a few hours left." Chapter 731. Double monthly votes from the 1st to the 7th. One vote counts as 2 votes. Requesting monthly votes. In terms of aura alone, Yixing, a 9th star venerable, was even more frightening than a 1st star king. A trace of danger flashed through star-plucking king's eyes. There was a rational voice in his heart that told him to stop. However, as soon as he thought of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley, if he didn't capture Yixing and hand him over to them, Star-plucking king really couldn't think of any way to explain himself to them. A king is still a king after all. Even if he has the ability to challenge those with higher realms, he's still only an astral-reaching venerable. I don't have to kill him. As long as I can delay him until the experts of Star Elephant Palace arrive, I'll be done. A thought flashed through Star-plucking king's mind as he suppressed that feeling of danger. Looking at Yixing, his gaze instantly turned sharp. Star-plucking king roared, "Die for me." Star-plucking hand was operated to the limit. That resplendent light made people unable to look at it directly. As his palm slapped down, the air was compressed to the point of rolling waves. Layers of frightening power attacked Yixing. At the same time, Star-plucking king transmitted a message to Star-plucking Palace Master, "Quickly send a distress signal to Star Elephant Palace." Facing Star-plucking king's frightening attack, Yixing's expression remained the same. In an instant, his flame aura surged, and the dark crow bow was also covered in a layer of void fire. The might of fire star form and fire aura completely erupted. Boundless fire yuan qi between heaven and earth rolled over. Bang! The dark crow bow swept out. With a loud explosion, the void collapsed, and the frightening raging flames rushed forward like a sea of fire. Pang! The dark crow bow, covered in flames, collided with the star-plucking hand, producing a loud explosion. The two figures didn't retreat half a step. Pang 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 pang. In a blink of an eye, Yixing and Star-plucking king had each launched over 10 moves. Every move was head-on, and the frightening power collided, creating countless ravines in the surrounding ground. A layer of the ground was shaved off. The warriors of the Zhaixing Palace, even if they were venerables, retreated 1,000 meters away. Even the venerables would not be able to withstand the shockwaves that spread in all directions. The successive collisions caused the Star-plucking king to become more and more alarmed. Yixing's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Yixing wielded a longbow and was clearly proficient in archery. However, Yixing was able to fight evenly with him with a bow as his weapon. If Yixing used his archery skills, how could he resist? I must not let him widen the distance between us. As long as I can drag it out until the experts from the Astral Elephant Palace arrive, victory will be ours. Star-plucking king thought to himself. Since the Star-plucking Palace had asked for help from the Star Elephant Palace, it meant that they had encountered a problem that one Star King couldn't solve. Therefore, the reinforcements sent by the Star Elephant Palace would be at least 3 Star Kings, or even mid-step kings. The Star-plucking monarch didn't believe that Yixing would be able to escape from a 3-star king. The two exchanged moves extremely quickly. In merely a few breaths' time, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. After 50 moves, the balance between the two started to shift. Under Yi Xing's attacks, the star-plucking king started to retreat. This caused him to be extremely shocked. Yi Xing's fire aura was too terrifying. Combined with the fire aura, it grew stronger and stronger. Even without using his archery skills, the star-plucking king had a feeling that it would be hard to resist. At this moment, the star-plucking palace master had already received a reply from the Star Elephant Palace through the transmission array. They were unable to lock onto the teleportation array of the star-plucking palace and had already sent a mid-step king to the nearby area to provide assistance. The star-plucking palace master immediately transmitted a message to the star-plucking king, who was greatly shocked. If the experts from the Star Elephant Palace came through the teleportation array, they would only need a few breaths' time to reach the star-plucking palace. However, how long would it take for them to teleport to the nearby area? If they were lucky, they would only need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. If they were unlucky, they would need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. However, in less than 10 breaths' time, the star-plucking king had already been forced to retreat. How could he possibly hold on for a few hundred breaths' time? The star-plucking king was startled. His actions slowed down by half a beat. He who was already at a disadvantage was flustered by Yi Xing's attacks. King Realm is only a so-so. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Suddenly, Yi Xing let out a cold snort. With a twang of the bowstring, a starlight ripple shot out. This starlight ripple appeared too suddenly. Even as a King Realm expert, the star-plucking king was greatly shocked. He retreated with all his might. At the same time, he executed the star-plucking palm and slapped at the starlight ripple. Only after using all his strength did he manage to block the starlight ripple. However, in the next moment, the star-plucking king's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with fear. In order to avoid the starlight ripple, the star-plucking king retreated a few miles away in the blink of an eye. The distance between him and Yi Xing was greatly increased. At this moment, Yi Xing had already drawn the dark crow bow. A resplendent starlight arrow locked onto the star-plucking king. Whoosh! The starlight arrow left the bowstring and shot toward the star-plucking king like a shooting star. A thumb-sized hole that was a few miles long appeared in the void. It was pierced by the starlight arrow in an instant. Its speed was so fast that even the air could not fill it. It formed a void hole that was visible to the naked eye. When the martial artists of the star-plucking palace saw the void hole formed by the starlight arrow, they could only be shocked. They did not have time to react. The star-plucking king immediately felt a life-and-death crisis. He executed the star-plucking palm to the limit. His two hands shone brightly as he grabbed at the starlight arrow. Swoosh! 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 Just as the starlight arrow was about to be blocked by the star-plucking king, the starlight arrow suddenly changed its direction in the void. It changed 9 times in a row. Following the Heart 9 transformations, Man and Bao Union, the second level of archery attainment. The arrows shot out were not only powerful but also impossible to guard against. In an instant, the star-plucking king's hands changed 8 times. When the starlight arrow changed its direction for the 9th time, the arrow's shadow was reflected in the star-plucking king's eyes. The life-and-death crisis instantly rose to the limit. He shouted in fright, "Stop, I!" Boom! Just as the star-plucking king's voice echoed, the starlight arrow shot into his glabella. A terrifying power exploded and let out a loud explosion. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones of a king were much stronger than a venerable. The star-plucking king's head did not turn into a bloody mist. However, there was a fist-sized hole in his glabella. The star-plucking king's body instantly fell to the ground. For a king, the glabella was still a vital point. Of course, a fist-sized hole in his glabella was instantaneous. Yixing strode in the void and appeared above the star-plucking king's corpse in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "It's too late to say it now." The martial artists of the star-plucking palace, regardless of whether they were disciples or seniors, witnessed the fall of the star-plucking king with their own eyes. Looking at Yixing, who was standing in the void, their legs went soft and their eyes were filled with fear. Even the star-plucking king was killed. This meant that as long as Yixing wanted to, he could easily slaughter the entire star-plucking palace. How could the martial artists of the star-plucking palace not be afraid? Yixing cast his gaze toward the star-plucking palace's palace master and said coldly, "If you don't hand him over, you'll be next." Chapter 732. The star-plucking palace master's legs went soft, and he slumped to the ground. Even the star-plucking monarch had died in Yixing's hands. This was something that the star-plucking palace master had never expected. However, the star-plucking monarch was unwilling, extremely unwilling. If he couldn't capture Yixing, he wouldn't be able to answer to the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. At that time, the three factions would definitely annihilate the star-plucking palace to vent their anger. Although they wouldn't slaughter all the martial artists in the star-plucking palace, the star-plucking palace master would definitely die. Delay. I just need to delay him for a bit. As long as I can delay until the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrive and capture Yi Yongsheng, I'll have some hope of surviving. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. The star-plucking palace master thought to himself. He was already at the end of the road. Even though he was terrified of Yixing, he still decided to stall for time. The star-plucking palace master said, "Hand. I'll hand him over immediately. I've already given the order to release Gu Qingchen. He's locked in a prison deep within the mountain, and he'll need some time to come out." Yixing naturally knew that the kings from the Star Elephant Palace would definitely be teleported to a nearby location if they couldn't reach the star-plucking palace. At the very least, they would be able to arrive within 100 breaths of time. He naturally knew what the star-plucking palace master was planning. Yixing said coldly, "I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't see him after 10 breaths of time, you can go to hell." The star-plucking palace master's face changed, and he said with a trembling voice, "10 breaths of time? How can 10 breaths of time be enough to walk out of the mountain? Young hero, 60 breaths of time. At the very least, he'll need 60 breaths of time to come out." Yixing glanced at the star-plucking palace master indifferently before shifting his gaze away, not saying a word. The star-plucking palace master let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Yixing would really listen to him and wait here for 60 breaths of time. At that time, he would find some excuse to stall for time. When the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrived, everything would be over. 10 breaths of time passed quickly, and Gu Qingchen naturally didn't appear. Yixing pulled the black profound bow in his hand, and immediately shot out a starlight ripple. The starlight ripple spread out in a fan shape, like a sharp blade, cutting the void in half. In an instant, it was right in front of Zhaixing Palace Master. The Zhaixing Palace Master was horrified. He never thought that Yixing would silently sentence him to death in his heart. Yixing was not far away from him. He suddenly launched an attack, and the starlight ripple's attack was so fast that even if the palace master wanted to dodge, he could not. He wanted to resist, but just as he raised his arm, the starlight ripples had already cut across his neck. Zhaixing Palace Master's head immediately flew backwards. He saw a headless body appear in front of him. In the next instant, his consciousness vanished without a trace. Yixing raised his hand to kill the Zhaixing Palace Master instantly. He raised his hand and put away the Palace Master's storage ring. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Tang Bin. Tang Bin's legs trembled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. He kowtowed to Yixing, "Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. I have sinned deeply. Please have mercy on me. I will release Gu Qingchen immediately." Yixing used the eye of clear cloud and said coldly, "I can release him myself. I don't want to trouble you. You can die peacefully." At this moment, Tang Bin's heart was filled with fear, and his mind was relaxed. Yixing's mental energy source suddenly surged out a powerful mental energy and rushed into the space between Tang Bin's eyebrows, causing Tang Bin to lose his guard. In an instant, two cloudy vortexes appeared in Tang Bin's eyes. Yixing asked, "Where is Gu Qingchen locked up?" Tang Bin's expression was blank as he pointed at a mountain peak several miles away. In the prison on that mountain peak, cell number 10 at the foot of the mountain. As a 7-star venerable lord, Tang Bin's mental energy was extraordinary. After being stupefied for 3 breaths, Tang Bin's expression shook as he came to his senses. At this moment, a cold light flashed. It was the starlight ripple that Yixing shot out with the dark crow bow. It passed through Tang Bin's neck, separating his head from his body. After killing Tang Bin, Yixing's figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mountain peak that Tang Bin had pointed out. He activated his super brain and quickly found cell number 10. He saw Gu Qingchen inside. Gu Qingchen was tied to a beam. His body was stained with blood, and his clothes were torn. Clearly, he had been severely abused and was currently unconscious. Yixing smashed the door of cell number 10 with a palm strike and entered. In a breath's time, Yixing rushed out with Gu Qingchen in his hand. Yixing held the dark crow bow and shot a starlight arrow into the sky. The light barrier that covered the entire star-plucking palace was instantly shattered. Yixing carried Gu Qingchen and flew into the sky. Soon, they disappeared from the vision of the star-plucking palace's cultivators. The star-plucking palace's cultivators were gloomy. The palace master and old ancestor were dead. Moreover, 3 super forces disciples had died in the star-plucking palace. It was obvious that the star-plucking palace had no future. Some of the star-plucking palace's cultivators took advantage of the fact that the Star Elephant Palace's experts had yet to arrive to leave the star-plucking palace. After more than 100 breaths of time, a 4-star king arrived at the star-plucking palace. Seeing that the sect's formation had been broken and the sect was in a mess, he was shocked from afar. When he found out from the star-plucking palace that the star-plucking palace master and star-plucking king were dead, and that the Star Elephant Palace Master, Xianyi, and Fengqingze had been killed by a young man called Yi Yangsheng, this 4-star king was both shocked and furious. Under the Star-Plucking Palace's instructions, this 4-star king chased in the direction that Yixing and Gu Qingchen had disappeared. As a mid-step king, he could clearly sense the aura in the void and knew Yixing's flight path. However, after chasing for more than 1,000 li, this mid-step king stopped and revealed a look of surprise. He had chased until here, but the aura he had been following had disappeared without a trace. He searched the surroundings for a while but couldn't find any clues. Thus, he could only give up in anger. In a mountain range tens of thousands of li away from the star-plucking palace, Yixing and Gu Qingchen's figures appeared from the shadows and landed on the ground. Yixing's darkness force was only a step away from perfection. With his darkness force concealing his aura, unless it was a high-level astral sea realm emperor, no one would be able to discover his whereabouts. However, the star-plucking palace was only one of the weakest 3-star powers. Yixing believed that the Star Elephant Palace wouldn't send an emperor to help the star-plucking palace. Sending a mid-step king was already a sign of their importance. Therefore, Yixing wasn't worried at all. No one would be following them. His guess was right. That mid-step king indeed couldn't track him. By the time the Star Elephant Palace's emperor arrived, the aura in the void would have already dissipated. The world was so big. Who could predict where Yixing would go? At that time, even a demigod wouldn't be able to find him. Chapter 733. Yixing fed Gu Qingchen a healing elixir, and his astral energy entered Gu Qingchen's body. Soon, Gu Qingchen woke up. Big brother Yixing. Gu Qingchen opened his eyes, and his body trembled. When he saw Yixing, he was stunned and pleasantly surprised. In the past month, he had been imprisoned in the Xiaofan palace and had been tortured. As long as he was awake, he would be tortured by the people of the Xiaofan palace. Only when he was unconscious would he be spared. Every time he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted. After he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted again. This cycle repeated countless times. Every time he opened his eyes, he would be greeted with all kinds of torture. Today, when he opened his eyes, he saw Yixing. How could Gu Qingchen not be surprised? Yixing nodded at Gu Qingchen and said, "Don't be afraid. I've already saved you. You can focus on recuperating. When you've recovered, I'll bring you to a place." Although Gu Qingchen's injuries were not light, they were not fatal. Moreover, Yixing had fed him a top-grade healing elixir. It would not take too long to heal his injuries. Since things had escalated to this point, Gu Qingchen naturally could not return to the Gu clan. Yixing planned to bring Gu Qingchen to the Big Dipper sword sect. Gu Qingchen was still very young, and his aptitude was not low. If he could become a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect, Yixing would not have to worry about his safety. Gu Qingchen looked at Yixing and nodded. He originally wanted to follow Yixing and roam the world. He did not want to stay in the Gu clan. Now that Yixing was bringing him away, it was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang had already died. He did not have the slightest bit of attachment to the Gu clan. A trace of sadness flashed in Gu Qingchen's eyes. Although Gu Jinyang was a servant, he had watched him grow up and had always taken care of him. Gu Jinyuan was also the only elder who had sincerely supported him to become the clan leader. Gu Qingchen was very pained by their deaths. Without strength, I can only be at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. I want to become strong. From now on, I want to be the master of my own life. I can't let the people who are important to me die for no reason. I want to become strong. Gu Qingchen shouted in his heart. The experience this time had made his heart extremely resolute. Gu Qingchen let out a long breath and calmed himself down. He closed his eyes and refined the healing spirit pill in his body, using its medicinal energy to heal himself. Yixing sat down at the side and took out all the storage rings he had obtained from the star-plucking palace to check the items inside. Xing Haidong, Xianyi, Fengqingze, Lord Zhaixing, the palace master of Zhaixing Palace, and Tangbin were all killed by Yixing. Yixing took their storage rings and checked them all. As far as Yixing was concerned, middle-grade mystic-level weapons and materials could only be regarded as wealth and were not of much use to him. The only thing that was of direct use to him was that he had found a high-grade mystic-level metal mineral in the storage ring of the Star Plucker King, purple tier green gold. Once the azure cloud wings absorbed the high-grade mystic-grade green gold, it could be upgraded to the high-grade mystic grade. At that time, Yixing's speed would increase greatly. Yixing held the azure cloud wings in one hand and the purple tier green gold in the other. He used the star fire seed to refine the purple tier green gold and merge it with the azure cloud wings. The upper grade black level metal ores were very strong, but in front of the star fire seed, they were easily refined. In about an hour, the green cloud wings had devoured all the purple teardrop green gold. The aura it emitted had increased by a large level, reaching the upper grade black level. Flying wings were extremely precious, and their value was much higher than weapons of the same level. Starry Crescent Land was a mid-level land, and there were not many martial artists who had mystic-level upper-tier flying wings. Normally, only great emperors had them. Now that the azure cloud wings had reached the high-grade mystic grade, Yixing's speed was basically invincible among kings as long as he didn't encounter any emperors. After an hour of treatment, Gu Qingquan's injuries were almost healed, and the two continued on their journey. With the high-grade azure cloud wings, Yixing's speed had increased greatly. Yixing was very clear that if the Astral Elephant Palace's experts couldn't find him, they would most likely issue a bounty on him within the Astral Elephant dynasty. Yixing brought Gu Qingquan and avoided the cities, going to places with little people. The Yuezhou continent was considered a remote area in the Astral Elephant dynasty, only one continent away from the Big Dipper dynasty. 3 days later, Yixing and Gu Qingquan left the Astral Elephant dynasty and arrived at the Big Dipper dynasty. Although the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Astral Elephant Palace were already enemies, Yixing still didn't dare to let his guard down in the Big Dipper dynasty. As a 4-star power, even if the Big Dipper Sword Sect didn't have a Grade 6 teleportation array, they still had a Grade 5 teleportation array. An ordinary Grade 5 teleportation array could send people tens of millions of miles away, and a Grade 5 teleportation array could send people hundreds of millions of miles away. If the Astral Elephant Palace's experts got wind of the news, they could directly use the teleportation array to teleport to any part of the Starry Crescent continent. The Big Dipper dynasty was no exception. Yixing avoided the cities and towns along the way, taking many detours in the wilderness. After a month, Yixing and Gu Qingquan finally arrived at the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Outside the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate, Yixing cupped his fists towards the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate guards and said, "I'll have to trouble you to inform Feng Xiaoxiao that my old friend, Yixing, has come to look for her." The Big Dipper Sword Sect was worthy of being a 4-star power. Not only did the sect occupy a beautiful land full of spirit qi, even the guards were all astral-reaching realm experts. The leader of the guards was even a 7-star venerable lord. Although Yixing was a 9-star venerable lord, he wasn't worth mentioning in front of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Therefore, the guards didn't give him a second glance. However, when they heard Yixing mention Feng Xiaoxiao's name, their expressions changed. The 7-star venerable lord guard said, "You know our sect's young master?" Yixing was surprised. Only now did he know that Feng Xiaoxiao was actually the Big Dipper Sword Sect's young master. However, he didn't show it on his face as he nodded and said, "Yes." The guard leader's expression immediately became a lot more respectful and said, "Young master, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately send someone to inform her." Big Dipper Sword Sect, Dubhe Peak, sect leader's mansion. Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating in the backyard. At this moment, a 3rd-level astral-reaching realm servant walked in. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating, he didn't dare to disturb her and stopped 10 meters away from her. After a few breaths, Feng Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and said, "What's the matter?" Although Feng Xiaoxiao didn't explicitly say that she wasn't to be disturbed while cultivating, if there wasn't anything important, the servant definitely wouldn't disturb her. That 3-star venerable said, "Young master, there's a young master at the mountain gate. He says that he's your old friend, Yixing, and he's here to look for you." Yixing. Feng Xiaoxiao's face was filled with astonishment as she said, "Are you sure? He's really called Yixing?" 3rd watch, please double the monthly votes. Chapter 734. Yixing was a name that shocked Feng Xiaoxiao. In the Starry Crescent land, Feng Xiaoxiao was known as the most demonic genius of her generation. She was also a rare demonic genius in the Starry Crescent land. However, ever since she met Yixing in the extraterritorial Starland, Feng Xiaoxiao realized that Yixing was even more heaven-defying than she was. Feng Xiaoxiao believed that with Yixing's demonic level, he would definitely ascend to the top of the Starry Crescent land and then come to the Starry Crescent land. However, that would be 10 or even 20 years later. Now, less than 3 years had passed, and Feng Xiaoxiao heard the news about Yixing. Of course, she was dumbfounded. As far as she knew, to travel from the Starry Crescent Land to the Starry Crescent Land through the Void Tunnel required the strength of a 5-star king. When Shi and Yixing left the extraterritorial Starland, both Shi and Yixing were 1-star venerables. Now, only 3 years had passed, and Yixing already had the strength of a 5-star king? How was this possible? Wasn't his strength rising a little too fast? Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed. She stood up and said, "I'll go and take a look." Like a gust of wind, Feng Xiaoxiao rushed out of the sect leader's mansion and rushed down Dubhe Peak. Soon, she arrived at the Big Dipper Sword sect. From afar, Yixing sensed Feng Xiaoxiao's arrival and waved at her. A phantom shot from afar and stopped in front of Yixing. Feng Xiaoxiao's figure appeared and said in surprise, "Yixing, is it really you?" Yixing smiled and said, "You said that if I came to the Starry Crescent Land, I would look for you. Now, I'm here. You don't welcome me." "Welcome, of course you do." Feng Xiaoxiao opened her arms and gave Yixing a big hug. Then, she looked at Yixing strangely and said, "I thought you would need at least 8 to 10 years to come to the Starry Crescent Land. You are too fast. It hasn't even been 3 years." The guards looked at Yixing in surprise. Yixing came from another Starry Crescent Land. This was the first time they had seen someone from another Starry Crescent Land, and they realized that Yixing was no different from them. As for Gu Qingchen, Yixing had told him where he came from on the way to the Big Dipper Sword sect. Feng Xiaoxiao sized up Yixing and asked curiously, "You're a 9th-star venerable lord now. That's only 1 realm higher than me. How did you pass through the void passage that connects to the Starry Sky continent?" Yixing said, "It's a long story. I came to find you because I have a favor to ask of you." Feng Xiaoxiao patted her chest and said, "If there's anything, leave it to me." "Yixing, now that you've arrived at the Big Dipper Sword sect, you're an honored guest of the Big Dipper Sword sect. If there's anything, we can talk about it inside. Come, follow me up the mountain. I'll show you around the Big Dipper Sword sect." Yixing patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and followed Feng Xiaoxiao into the Big Dipper Sword sect. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Qingchen and said, "Is this a friend you made in the Starry Crescent Land?" Yixing nodded and said, "His name is Gu Qingchen. When I arrived at the Starry Crescent Land, I was severely injured. He saved me. If not for him, I would have been dead." Gu Qingchen was only a star marquis at the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm. Feng Xiaoxiao did not think much of him. Now that she knew that Gu Qingchen had saved Yixing's life, she looked at Gu Qingchen with much more respect. Feng Xiaoxiao cupped her fists at Gu Qingchen and said, "I am Feng Xiaoxiao. Welcome to the Big Dipper Sword sect." To the Gu clan, the Star-Plucking Palace was an unreachable existence, let alone the Big Dipper Sword sect, which was one of the 7 strongest forces in the Starry Crescent Land. If it was in the past, he would have jumped up and down in excitement if the young master of the Big Dipper Sword sect spoke to him so courteously. However, after experiencing some things, Gu Qingchen had become much more mature. He no longer looked like a 16-year-old youth. Although he was a little excited, Gu Qingchen remained calm. He smiled and cupped his fists. "It is my honor to meet young Master Feng. Big brother Yixing is also my savior. Young Master Feng, you don't have to be so courteous with me." Gu Qingchen's performance made Feng Xiaoxiao think even more highly of him. Moreover, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yixing had saved each other's lives. Therefore, Feng Xiaoxiao's impression of Gu Qingchen had improved greatly. Feng Xiaoxiao patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and said, "All right, you don't have to be so courteous. You call him Big Brother Yixing, but you call me Young Master Feng. You are too courteous. You can call me Big Brother Feng as well. I am a few years older than you. How about I call you Qingchen?" Gu Qingchen smiled and nodded. Big Brother Feng. When Yixing saw that the two of them were getting along, he was delighted. He said, "Feng Xiaoxiao, I came to the Big Dipper Sword sect to ask you for a favor." It has something to do with Qingchen. Can you see if Qingchen can become a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect? No problem. Feng Xiaoxiao agreed immediately. With me around, you don't have to worry about him being bullied in the Big Dipper sword sect. Gu Qingchen did not know that Yixing had brought him to the Big Dipper sword sect to become a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect. He immediately looked at Yixing and said, "Big brother Yixing, what about you? If you don't have the protection of the Big Dipper sword sect, the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley will not let you off." Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed as she said, "Yixing, how did you offend the three great sects the moment you arrived in the Starry Crescent land? Could it be that they recognized you?" F***ck. It must have been the disciples of the Great Spirit sect, the Golden Lion sect, or the Moon-Severing sect who betrayed you. Otherwise, the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley have all died in the extraterritorial Starlands. How would the three great sects know your name and appearance? Feng Xiaoxiao's words were related to the seven great forces. Gu Qingchen was completely confused. Yixing smiled bitterly and said, "They did not recognize me. After I arrived in the Starry Crescent land, I killed the disciples of the three great sections. At that time, I used the alias of Yixing, so. If the three great sects knew my name and appearance, they would probably know that Yi Yangsheng is Yixing." Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed and said, "Yixing, I say, are you destined to have enmity with the three great sects? The moment you arrived in the Starry Crescent land, the disciples of the three great sects actually offended you." Huh. Feng Xiaoxiao laughed and patted her chest. She continued, "It doesn't matter if they recognize you or not. Anyway, when you arrive at the Big Dipper sword sect, they can only stare at you helplessly. Also." As Feng Xiaoxiao spoke, she revealed a mysterious smile. Yixing asked, "Also what?" Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Also, you have the opportunity to completely get rid of the three great sections." Yixing, I have to say that the timing of your arrival is too good. In 3 months, the Dark Star Holy Palace, a 5-star sect from a high-class continent, will come to the Starry Crescent land to recruit disciples. If you are selected, you will be able to leave the Starry Crescent land and head to a high-class continent. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Now that you have encountered it, don't you think the timing is good? Chapter 735. Yixing was stunned. The words, "Dark Star Temple," rang in Yixing's ears like thunder. Yixing looked straight at Feng Xiaoxiao and said, "Are you talking about the Dark Star Temple? The Dark Star Temple from the Dark Star continent?" Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "That's right." "Yixing, you even know about the Dark Star Temple?" Yixing's heart pounded. The Dark Star Temple. The founder of the Dark Star sect, Zhuohongyuan, was originally a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. Later on, he accidentally passed through a crack in space and arrived at the Star Continent. When Yixing was in the Dark Star sect, he had read all the books in the Dark Star sect's library, including the notes left behind by Zhuohongyuan. One of the notes recorded how he came to the Star Continent. Yixing had the super brain. Everything he read was scanned into the super brain, never to be forgotten. Now, the contents of the notes appeared in Yixing's mind. Yixing was very clear about the route Zhuohongyuan took to reach the Star Continent. Didn't this mean that as long as Yixing reached the Dark Star Continent, he would be able to return to the Star Continent by following Zhuohongyuan's route? Yixing still had too many things to do in the Star Continent. If he had the chance to go back, he would do his best to do so. Now, he finally saw the hope of returning to the Star Continent. Yixing was, of course, extremely excited. Yixing said excitedly, "I want to become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. I must become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple." Feng Xiaoxiao continued, "Every 100 years, the Dark Star Temple will come to the Starry Crescent land to recruit disciples. Each time, they will only recruit 10 people. Any cultivator below the age of 30 or 50 can sign up. Each of the 7 major forces will have 10 spots to sign up. After that, a competition will be held to select the strongest 10. Yixing, with your strength, you will definitely be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. Feng Xiaoxiao had witnessed Yixing's strength before. He was even stronger than her, the number 1 monstrous genius of the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. Feng Xiaoxiao was now an 8-star High Lord. She was strong enough to fight against a 1-star king. As for Yixing, he was a 9-star High Lord. His strength was naturally even more terrifying. Yixing nodded and asked, "What about you? You should join as well." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "There aren't many kings below the age of 35 in the Starry Crescent land. As long as you have the strength of a king, you will definitely be able to enter the top 10 and be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. At that time, we will head to the high-ranked continents together." Huh. Gu Qingchen looked at Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao with envy. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao were going to explore the high-ranked continents in the future. As for him, he was just a small character in the Starry Crescent land. The envy in his heart made Gu Qingchen even more determined to become stronger. He decided that he would follow in Yixing's footsteps for the rest of his life. If there was a day when he could head to the high-ranked continents, he would definitely go there to take a look. With Feng Xiaoxiao's arrangements, Gu Qingchen soon settled down in the Big Dipper Sword sect and became an outer disciple. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, disciples below the astral reaching realm were all outer disciples. However, they were divided into Astral Star Realm and Astral Vortex Realm. They cultivated in different mountains. Feng Xiaoxiao was the son of the sect leader of the Big Dipper Sword sect. She had a very high status in the sect. With her recommendation, Gu Qingchen would definitely be greatly nurtured. After settling down Gu Qingchen, Yixing followed Feng Xiaoxiao to the sect leader's mansion on Dubhe Peak. The sect leader of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Quangtian, received Yixing. "Father, this is the Yixing that I mentioned to you before. He saved my life in the extraterritorial Starland." In the main hall of the sect leader's mansion, Feng Xiaoxiao introduced him to Feng Quangtian. Yixing stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Yixing greets Senior Feng. Feng Quangtian was at the 9th level of the Astral Sea Realm. His title was Emperor Quangtian. He was one of the strongest experts in the Starry Crescent land apart from a few quasi-gods. Feng Quangtian looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a square face and a heroic aura. At this moment, Feng Quangtian's face revealed a gentle smile. He said, "No need to be so polite. Xiao has talked to me about you before. Thank you for saving her life in the extraterritorial Starland." Yixing said, "In the extraterritorial Starland, it was Brother Feng who saved me first. Otherwise, I would have lost my life long ago. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking Brother Feng for saving my life." "Senior Feng, you don't have to be so polite." Feng Quangtian chuckled and said, "I won't beat around the bush. I'm very happy that you've come to the Starry Crescent land and become a guest of my Big Dipper Sword sect. Your grudges with the Astral Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley are closely related to my Xiao. My Big Dipper Sword sect will not sit idly by." Yixing said, "Thank you." Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Father, when Yixing was at the same level as me, his strength was already higher than mine. Now that he's one level higher than me, his strength will definitely surpass mine. If he participates in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he will definitely be in the top 10. I've already told Yixing to give him a place to register." Feng Quangtian nodded and said, "Our sect has 10 places to register, but only 1 or 2 can truly become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Most of them are just there to join in the fun. Giving a place to little friend Yixing is a small matter. Little friend Yixing, if you can become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, our sect will be able to receive rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace. At that time, we will have to thank you. Feng Xiaoxiao had already discussed the rules of the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciple recruitment with Yixing. Those who ranked in the top 10 and were officially accepted as disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace would receive rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Moreover, the higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. Yixing said, "The Big Dipper Sword Sect has given me a chance. I will definitely do my best to fight for the glory of the Big Dipper Sword Sect." Feng Quangqian had a satisfied expression. He admired Yixing very much and said, "Good. This emperor looks forward to your performance in 3 months. During these 3 months, you can stay in the sect leader's residence. I will let Xiao make the arrangements. This Big Dipper token is for you. With it, you can cultivate in any cultivation area of the sect." As he spoke, Feng Quangqian took out a token and tossed it to Yixing. Yixing caught the Big Dipper token and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Senior Feng." The Big Dipper Sword Sect was a 4-star force. Every cultivation area was a treasure trove. Yixing could cultivate in any cultivation area. This was a huge benefit and Yixing was sincerely grateful. Feng Quangqian waved his hand and said, "Xiao, arrange for little friend Yixing to stay." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded at Feng Quangqian and then beckoned to Yixing. "Yixing, come with me." Soon, Feng Xiaoxiao brought Yixing to a courtyard and said, "You will stay here in the future. The courtyard next door is mine. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. There are many cultivation areas in the sect that are very useful. You have the Big Dipper token, you can try them out." Second update. Brothers, if you give me your support, I will give you my support. No matter how late I work tonight, I will give you my support. Please give me the double monthly votes in your hands. Chapter 736. A few days passed. On this day, a few guests came to the Big Dipper Sword Sect. The leaders of the Astral Elephant Palace, the Mystic Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley came together. Due to what happened in the extraterritorial Starland, the relationship between the Big Dipper Sword Sect and the other 3 sects had dropped to the freezing point. However, the Big Dipper Sword Sect couldn't fall out with the other 3 sects just because of this. Even though their relationship wasn't good, the Big Dipper Sword Sect still received the 3 leaders politely. Dubhe Peak, Big Dipper Hall. Vast Sky Great Emperor personally received the 3 sect masters, Star Aspect Palace's Master, Darkeen Palace's Master, 9 Candle Great Emperor, and Demon Ceiling Valley's Master, Sealed Extinction Great Emperor. As leaders of the 7 strongest forces, they were naturally emperors, experts below the quasi-god realm. Emperor Vast Sky, let's not beat around the bush. The 3 of us are here for one thing, and that is for the Big Dipper Sword Sect to hand over Yixing. In the Big Dipper Hall, the Palace Master of Stellar Aspect, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor, went straight to the point as soon as they met. "Yixing has killed many of our disciples, so he must die. If the Big Dipper Sword Sect wants compensation, we can discuss it, but you must hand over Yixing," the Mystic Moon Palace's 9 Candles Emperor said coldly. The Demon Ceiling Valley's Emperor Feng Ju didn't say anything, but his gaze was cold as he stared at Emperor Vast Sky. Emperor Vast Sky's expression was completely different from when he met Yixing. His face was as cold as ice as he said, "Many of our sect's genius disciples have perished in the Outerium Star Continent. My son, Feng Xiaoxiao, almost perished in the hands of the disciples of your 3 great sections. I haven't even settled the score with all of you, yet you dare to come to my Big Dipper Sword Sect and ask for him?" Emperor Myriad Elephant's face stiffened as he said, "It's normal for the younger generation to fight. Since ancient times, the disciples of our 7 sects have always had grudges against each other. It's normal for them to fight to the death. What's the problem?" 9 Candle Great Emperor said, "That's right. Haven't my Dark Een Palace's disciples died at the hands of your Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples? When the younger generation fights, it's fate if they die, but it's luck if they don't die. What's there to talk about? Great Emperor Vast Heaven chuckled. That's right. It's fate to die in a fight between juniors, but it's a blessing to survive. Yixing is only a young man in his early 20s, and the grudge between him and the disciples of the three sects is purely a fight between juniors. Yet the three of you have come to the Big Dipper Sword Sect to demand him. Huh, are you juniors? If you think of yourselves as juniors, then you have to act like one in front of me. Come, come, come. First, pay your respects to your seniors. You. The three martial monarchs were furious. Even martial monarch Feng Ju, who had remained silent, was furious. Martial monarch Wan Xiang said angrily, Feng Quangtian, Yixing isn't a member of your Big Dipper Sword Sect. Are you going to go against the three sects for an outsider? Great Emperor Vast Heaven laughed. Xing Wan Xiang, do you think we're still friends? Martial monarch Nine Candle shouted, Feng Quangtian, don't make a mistake. If the three sects go to war with the Big Dipper Sword Sect, you'll have to bear the consequences. Do you think it's worth it to let the Big Dipper Sword Sect suffer because of an outsider? Great Emperor Vast Heaven sneered. Xian Jiuzhu, my Big Dipper Sword Sect has been around for tens of thousands of years. Do you think we'll be scared until we grow up? If it weren't for the fact that I cherish the lives of my disciples, I would have already declared war with the three sects when my son, Feng Xiaoxiao, returned from the extraterritorial Star Land. If you don't cherish the lives of your disciples and insist on declaring war, then fine. I'd like to see if anyone from your three sects will die after the war. Great Emperor Vast Heaven's stubbornness angered martial monarch Wan Xiang and Nine Candle monarch Nine Candle. Great Emperor Feng Ju snorted and spoke for the first time. Feng Quangtian, the Dark Star Divine Palace has been recruiting disciples recently. Our sect and the Star Elephant Palace's disciples have always taken first place and had the most spots. Especially 100 years ago, our sect even had a one-star blue life Peerless genius enter the Dark Star Divine Palace. Hee hee. It's almost time for the Dark Star Divine Palace to recruit disciples again. When the time comes, many experts from our three sects will follow the team from the Dark Star Divine Palace back to the Starry Crescent Land. It's very likely that the balance of the Starry Crescent Land will be broken. Humph. You're very stubborn now. When the balance is broken, I'll tell you clearly that the Big Dipper Sword Sect will be the first to suffer. You'd better think about the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Isn't it wise to offend us because of an outsider? Great Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes narrowed and revealed a cold light. Great Emperor Feng Ju was right. The Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment was indeed led by the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley. It was because of this that the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley stood out among the 7 major forces and became stronger than the other 5 sections. The other 5 sects only had 1 quasi-god each, while the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley each had 2. Although 1 more quasi-god wouldn't be enough to break the overall balance, it would still have a huge impact. If the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley had 1 or 2 more quasi-gods, the balance of the Starry Crescent Land might really be broken. Once the balance was broken, the strong would inevitably swallow the weak. At that time, the top forces in the Starry Crescent Land would no longer be 7, but 5, or even 3. The Big Dipper Sword Sect hadn't produced a quasi-god for more than 1,000 years. The current quasi-god was already 1,500 years old and wouldn't live for more than a few hundred years. If there was no new quasi-god, the Big Dipper Sword Sect would completely decline. They would either be destroyed by other forces or become a vassal force. Great Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes were filled with hope. With a genius like Feng Xiaoxiao in the new generation of the Big Dipper Sword Sect, she would definitely become a 2-star quasi-god in the future. As long as the Big Dipper sword sect could hold on for a while longer, when Feng Xiaoxiao matured and became a two-star quasi-god, they would become the strongest force in the Starry Crescent land. One more quasi-god wouldn't break the balance, but a two-star quasi-god in the Starry Crescent land would definitely break the balance. Great Emperor Vast Heaven still believed that the Big Dipper sword sect would be the one to rule the Starry Crescent land in the future. Great Emperor Vast Heaven said, the matters of the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. Yixing will represent our sect in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Temple. If you want to deal with Yixing, feel free to let the younger generation deal with Yixing in the disciple recruitment competition. If Yixing loses, he can only blame himself for being inferior. However, if you want to take him away from the Big Dipper sword sect, don't even think about it. This is all I have to say. Please leave, I won't see you out. The third update is here. Double monthly votes, anyone else? Chapter 738. Yixing spent 3 days consolidating the cultivation he had gained over the past month. 3 days later, Yixing arrived at the illusory profound formation. Like Whirlwind Valley, the illusory profound formation was divided into 6 levels. However, Yixing didn't choose the number 5 illusory profound formation. Instead, he chose number 4. In the number 5 illusory profound formation, the attacks inside were all at the level of a mid-level king. These were real attacks, not natural ones. Yixing couldn't block them at all. The attacks inside the number 4 illusory profound formation were at the level of a low-level king. Yixing could still break through. Yixing was only a 9th star sovereign lord, but he had received the number 4 illusory profound array token. This caused the deacon in charge of the illusory profound array to be incomparably shocked. It was rare to see a sovereign lord who could fight against a sovereign lord. Among the disciples of the Big Dipper sword sect, only the young master, Feng Xiaoxiao, had such heaven-defying strength. However, when Yixing took out the Big Dipper token, the deacon didn't say anything and gave the number 4 illusory profound formation plate to Yixing. The illusory profound formation was different from Whirlwind Valley. Many people could cultivate in Whirlwind Valley at the same time, but only one person could enter the illusory profound formation at a time. The disciples of the Big Dipper sword sect had to spend contribution points to cultivate in the illusory profound formation. Moreover, the Big Dipper sword sect didn't have many Star Sea Realm disciples. Soon, it was Yixing's turn. He's only a 9th star venerable lord, but he dares to enter the number 4 illusory profound formation. Heavens, which genius disciple is this 9th star venerable lord? Why haven't I heard of him before? It should be Yixing, who recently came to our sect. I heard that he's young master's friend. Yixing? The Yixing that the 3 great emperors came to our sect to ask the great emperor for? Yes, who else could it be? As expected of young master's friend. His strength is so heaven-defying. He dares to enter the number 4 illusory profound formation. He definitely has the strength to fight against kings. How long do you think he can last? How difficult is it for a venerable to fight against a king? I think he'll be blasted out in 20 breaths at most. 20 breaths? I don't think so. I think he can last 50 breaths. Maybe I can hold on for 100 breaths. Huh. You guys are looking down on him too much. I heard from Deacon Su Feng that Yixing stayed in Whirlwind Valley number 5 for a total of 38 days. Think about it, to what extent did he comprehend the power of wind to be able to persist for such a short period of time? Are you kidding me? 38 days? Absolutely. With such a high comprehension of the grand momentum of wind, even if he dodges with all his strength, he should be able to last for half an hour. Inside the illusory profound formation, as time passes, more and more attacks will appear. I think he can last for half an hour. Huh. Maybe it will last for more than an hour. Impossible. To last for an hour, his strength has to surpass a late stage 1-star king. It's already amazing to be able to fight against a late stage 1-star king. Surpassing a late stage 1-star king, even the young master would find it difficult to do so, right? After Yi Xing entered the number 4 illusory profound formation, a large number of Big Dipper Sword sect disciples and deacons gathered outside the formation, discussing spiritedly. Time passed by amidst the discussions of the martial artists. Half an hour later, Yi Xing still hadn't come out. Half an hour later, Yi Xing still hadn't come out. An hour later, the illusory profound formation was very calm, but Yi Xing still hadn't come out. Even a late-stage 1-star king would find it difficult to last for an hour in the number 4 illusory profound formation. Yi Xing was only a 9th-star sovereign lord, but he had lasted for so long. This caused an uproar among the disciples and deacons waiting outside the formation. The news that Yi Xing had lasted for an hour in the number 4 illusory profound formation spread quickly in the Big Dipper Sword sect. More and more disciples gathered outside the formation to wait. Finally, the news reached the ears of the sect master, Vast Heaven Emperor. Soon, Vast Heaven Emperor arrived outside the number 4 illusory profound formation with a few emperor elders. The number 4 illusory profound formation is temporarily listed as a forbidden area. Without this emperor's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Everyone, back off. Vast Heaven Emperor's majestic voice resounded. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect looked over and saw Vast Heaven Emperor standing in the sky, looking down at them. No one dared to disobey the sect master's orders. Although they were reluctant to leave, they had no choice. Under Vast Heaven Emperor's command, the Emperor Elders began to set up restrictions to block off this space and prevent others from spying on them. Yi Xing's strength would be exposed if he entered the illusory profound formation. Not all the disciples of the Big Dipper Sword sect were loyal. There might be spies from other sections. Even if there weren't any spies, the news of Yi Xing entering the illusory profound formation would spread. The martial artists of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Een Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley would also receive the news and know Yi Xing's strength. This was obviously very disadvantageous for Yi Xing. Therefore, when Vast Heaven Emperor learned that Yi Xing had entered the illusory profound formation for more than an hour, he decisively sealed off the area of the number 4 illusory profound formation, not allowing anyone to know the exact time Yi Xing had entered. As for how the others guessed, it was up to them to guess. To be able to last for more than an hour in the illusory profound formation number 4, Yi Xing's strength is indeed higher than Xiao Er's. He might even be on par with Zhao Yanling. I wonder what rank he will get in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace. My Big Dipper Sword sect has really picked up a treasure by using our sect's quota. Vast Heaven Emperor thought to himself, feeling very happy. The Big Dipper Sword sect was the weakest 4-star sect, while the Dark Star Divine Palace was one of the top 5-star sections. The rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace were extremely valuable to any sect in the Starry Crescent land. If Yi Xing could get a good name in the disciple recruitment competition, the Big Dipper Sword sect would receive a great reward. Vast Heaven Emperor waited quietly. Another half an hour passed, but the illusory profound formation number 4 was still calm. He won't be able to last for 2 hours, right? Vast Heaven Emperor thought to himself, feeling very excited. Lasting for 2 hours meant that one had the strength to surpass all 1-star kings. Such strength could easily rank in the top 3 among the 35-year-old juniors of the Star Moon continent. The 10 disciples recruited by the Dark Star Divine Palace would receive different rewards depending on their ranking. The 7th to 10th place was one level, the 4th to 6th place was another level, the 2nd to 3rd place was another level, and the 1st place had the highest reward. However, if one could get into the top 3, the reward would be generous enough. Inside the illusory profound formation, Yi Xing held the dark profound bow in his hand, his figure changing position like lightning, shooting out starlight arrows one after another. Every time a puppet martial artist appeared, Yi Xing would immediately kill it. As for the attacks of mechanical or hidden weapons, Yixing would always dodge them or use his archery skills to destroy them. As time passed, more and more puppet martial artists and hidden weapons appeared, but Yixing's movements also became faster and faster. In the intense battle, Yixing's potential was greatly stimulated. When he used his archery skills, the fusion of man and bao increased rapidly. Chapter 740. In the following days, Yixing used the number 4 illusion profound formation exclusively. Yixing could cultivate whenever he wanted to, and for as long as he wanted to. Ever since Yixing came out of the number 4 illusion profound formation and met Vast Heaven Great Emperor also left. Thus, the number 4 illusion profound formation became Yixing's private territory. Yixing was very grateful for this. Even if Vast Heaven Great Emperor treated him like this because he wanted him to fight for benefits for the Big Dipper Sword sect in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace, Yixing was still grateful. Every day, Yixing cultivated in the number 4 illusion profound formation. Every time, Yixing only used the flame star and wholeheartedly relied on his archery skills to fight. After being blasted out of the illusion profound formation, Yixing recovered his energy and recuperated from his injuries. Then, he continued to cultivate in the illusion profound formation every day. Time passed day by day. Yixing stayed in the number 4 illusion profound formation for longer and longer periods of time. This meant that Yixing's combat skills with the bao were gradually improving. His fusion with the bao was also increasing day by day. After spending a total of 42 days, Yixing's attainments in archery finally made a qualitative breakthrough. His fusion with the bao had reached the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the fusion with the bao, the 9th transformation of the heart's desire. Yixing's attainments in archery had finally reached the prerequisite to comprehend the arrow intent. Next, comprehending the arrow intent would be his goal. Once he comprehended the arrow intent, it would be a great breakthrough in archery. The increase in his strength would be much higher than the increase in the fusion with the bao and the heart's desire. Moreover, once he comprehended the arrow intent, whether he used his fists, feet, palms, sabers, spears, or rods, he would be able to integrate the arrow intent into it. It would make all kinds of attacks contain terrifying power. Every move he made would be incomparably powerful. Whether it was the arrow intent, sword intent, saber intent, or fist intent, as long as he comprehended any kind of martial intent, he would open up a whole new world in the martial Tao. Arrow intent. I will definitely be able to break through. Yixing secretly said, very confident. Yixing left illusory profound formation number 4 and handed the formation plate to the deacon guarding the illusory profound formation. Then, he returned to Dubhe Peak to pay a visit to Great Emperor Vast Heaven. In the main hall of the Patriarch's residence, Vast Heaven Emperor looked at Yixing with admiration and said, "You've cultivated continuously in the number 4 illusory formation for more than 40 days. You should have gained something." Yixing nodded, and said, "I have reached the 3rd level of one with the bao. My goal has been accomplished. I will no longer cultivate in the illusory profound formation number 4 in the future. Senior Feng, please remove the restriction." Martial Monarch Vast Heaven was overjoyed. He said, "Great, your archery skills have reached such a level. You should be able to secure a spot in the top 3, or even, fight for 1st place." Yixing said, "Who are the strong opponents this time?" Martial Monarch Vast Heaven said, "With your strength, only 2-star King Realm martial artists can be considered your opponents. They are Celestial Palace's Flowing Star Sword and Demon Sealing Valley's Feng Tsangtian. Feng Tsangtian is a 2-star King Realm martial artist, but Flowing Star Sword is even more terrifying. This person is younger than Feng Tsangtian, and his cultivation is even lower. He is only a 1-star King Realm martial artist, but he can challenge those of a higher level than him." Yixing asked, "They are all 2-star kings? Not 3-star kings?" Martial monarch vast heaven nodded. Yi Xing immediately understood. After reaching the third level of one with the bow, he had already passed the second stage of the illusory profound formation number 4. As long as his opponents were only 2-star kings, he was confident that he could take first place without using the Sagittarius constellation. Yi Xing said, "I have received a lot of benefits from your sect these days. I will fight for first place for your sect." Martial monarch vast heaven's eyes brightened as he laughed, "Huh. Then I really hope that day will come soon." Yi Xing said, "That day should come soon. How much longer?" Martial monarch vast heaven said, 5 more days. 5 days later, the Dark Star Godly Palace team will arrive at the Starry Crescent land. Then, they will start recruiting disciples. All the competitions will be finished on the same day, and the team will leave on the same day. Yi Xing's eyes faintly shone with excitement. 5 days, he would arrive at the Dark Star land in 5 more days, and then head to the Dark Star Godly Palace. As long as he could reach the Dark Star Godly Palace, there would be hope for him to return to the Starry Crescent land. Yi Xing asked about Feng Xiaoxiao and learned that she was in seclusion training, trying to break through to the 9th level of astral reaching realm. Feng Xiaoxiao's attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. She had already reached the 3rd level of one with the sword. However, her comprehension of the worldly momentum was still inferior to Yi Xing's. If she could reach the 9th level of astral reaching realm, she would also have the strength to fight for the top 3. In the next few days, Yi Xing consolidated his recent gains. Soon, it was the day before the Dark Star Godly Palace team arrived at the Dark Star land. On this day, Feng Xiaoxiao ended her seclusion. It wasn't easy for an 8-star Reverend Lord to reach the 9th-star Reverend Lord level. She still hadn't succeeded, and still needed some time to accumulate. However, after reaching the 3rd level of one with the sword, her strength had also increased greatly. She would be hard-pressed to find a match among the 1-star kings. Apart from Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao, who were almost guaranteed to enter the top 10, the Big Dipper Sword sect also had a king disciple named Zhao Yanling, who was also guaranteed to enter the top 10. The Big Dipper Sword sect's results had always been poor in the Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment. Only one disciple had made it in, sometimes not even one. This time, they could finally make a comeback, so Great Emperor Vast Sky was in a good mood these days. On this day, in the Star Elephant Palace, Myriad Elephant Emperor instructed his disciple, Starry Sword, if you meet Yi Xing in the competition, kill him if you have the chance. Don't worry about anything. Starry Sword had become a 1-star king at the age of 28. Although he was only 30 this year, he looked as young as a teenager. He carried a sword on his back. Clearly, he was an expert in the way of the sword. Palace Master, Starry Sword will kill Yi Xing to restore the name of the Star Elephant Palace. Starry Sword's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Although Starry Sword wasn't the most talented of the younger generation in the Starry Crescent land, he was the strongest. He believed that no one under the age of 35 could match him. Although the Big Dipper Sword sect had a peerless genius like Feng Xiaoxiao, she hadn't become a king yet. Currently, the first place among the younger generation was still occupied by Starry Sword. Yi Xing was only a 9-star Reverend Lord. Although he had killed the 1-star king Zhai Xing, Starry Sword didn't think much of him. After all, his strength wasn't something a 1-star king could compare to. Demon Sealing Valley, Great Emperor Feng Zhu was also instructing his disciple, Feng Cangtian. Those who could enter the outer realm were all geniuses. For example, Xing Luyang of the Star Elephant Palace and Feng Xiong of the Demon Sealing Valley were stronger than Starry Sword and Feng Cangtian. They just hadn't matured yet. Yi Xing had killed the most talented disciple of the Demon Sealing Valley. Great Emperor Feng Zhu couldn't allow Yi Xing to live. Would he be able to enter the top 100 today? The monthly votes would be great, and the explosive power would be even greater. Please double the monthly votes. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.